This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening. Welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host this evening. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of myself, Targeted Massachusetts, nor Stars International. And we are rolling. Hey, Toomey.
So, Frank.
Hey.
Hi, Frank.
Yeah. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
This is Mary from Mass. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can.
You know, I signed in at about quarter of. I don't know if you know that there's another program running on your show. Are you aware of that?
No, actually, I run a video normally for the first hour before.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's you that's doing it. I just wanted to let you know that you know, it was on computer hacking or something like that.
Oh, no.
I just wanted to make sure that you knew about it, you know.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mary. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're actually running. It was a PBF special on cyber terrorism.
Okay. Yeah. I was listening to it, but I know another time that I had gone on before your show too. It was at an earlier time, and there was another video, audio playing, and it was in like very fast speed. I let you know about one too. That was a while back, and it was so the speed was so fast on it that you couldn't make out what they were saying. Only that it was something about security. So, but that was that was about a month ago, and I did tell you about it. It was just strange because I know that you had the call that started at 6 or 6:30 and had signed on around 7:30, and I was just surprised to hear that. And like I said, it was in fast speed, so I couldn't make out what they were talking about. I thought you had a program running, but it was almost that you couldn't understand what the topic of the conversation was. I just kind of guessed that it was some type of security thing. So, but anyway, just wanted to let you know in case you didn't know that there was a program running before your show started. So
yeah, we just came over from the V2K call, which just completed.
Okay, all right, yeah, I know. It's hard for me to get on that early because that would be something that I'd be interested in too. Except most of the time I'm working. Yeah, that I just happen to have the night. Okay.
What's new?
Oh dear. Well, a lot and nothing. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Life is crazy. 2019 is going to be an interesting year. What do you think about that affidavit that's going around? I mean, I don't know that I'm going to be able to fill any of them out. The one with Catherine Horton.
Yeah. I think it's a good affidavit, but if you look through it, there's a little bit of repetition.
I did read. I thought it was excellent. It was excellent, but I don't have a computer.
Yeah.
So, and you download it in a particular type of a file. So I'm thinking that it would be good just to fill it out, just for you to have to document what you're going through. But I don't think it's going to make it back to her, you know, in the time frame that she needs it. So basically, for my own reference in the future.
Actually,
it was very
time frame.
What was that?
There isn't really a time frame.
Oh, I thought it was January, February.
Not really.
I know that she did mention on that too, that the end of the affidavit, it was like whether or not your targeting was increasing because you were filling out the affidavit, and mine started the day that I looked at it. My targeting started increasing the day that I even looked at it. So, you know, some people get, you know, the targeting varies. Sometimes it's street theater, sometimes it's the do. And you know, then I have my family member in the nursing home, which, you know, there are perps and working there. As a matter of fact, one of them just made it to supervisor. So which is wonderful. And there's a lot of other issues there that I really don't want to get into on this call. I would tell you privately, off the call. But it's not a good situation. My hours are cut at work, and my financial situation is good. But I've been targeted for a long, 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 long time. So we all have our own story to tell. And I really feel for a lot of the people who are suffering, in each day when they're suffering on mine. Some days my suffering is really, really bad physically, and there's other days when other people's physical suffering is worse than mine. So I really feel for every TI that's out there all over the world. All over the world.
There's so much going on.
And their family members too, because they target. I know they target me indirectly through my family and through my coworkers, and through my friends, and they don't know that they're targeted. They don't want to hear that they might be targeted. It's kind of like it doesn't exist if you don't pay attention to it. Whatever, someday they'll find out that it exists, and I think it's great about the billboards because that's bringing it into a reality.
Yeah, it is. Yep, that's probably one of the best things, the largest things that's going on actually right now, because it's happening all over the world now.
Exactly, and I have a question on that too, because I know that you said that you have PayPal and everything, but do you have like a physical, like a PO box that you can send it to if you don't do anything over the computer? Because I never did. I never bought anything online. Period.
Oh, okay, not a problem. Yeah, we'll take care of you.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious if somebody wanted to mail you a payment. Is there a way that you can do that? I mean, you can tell me that later on. I mean, I don't have a whole lot to give, but it is good to see the billboards out there because I think that that's really exposing a lot of, even if somebody goes by and they look at it, I mean, they don't know about it. I mean, it's right there in front of them. I mean, it's great because it's making their reality real. That they're not, that it's not a hidden thing anymore. It's being brought out into the open. That. I don't know. I just think it's a great thing. So.
Yeah, it is. Every day there's something new. Every day there's more documentation coming forward. I just found an old document in 1977 after the church investigation, the church commission, and it was actually Edward Kennedy. So I was pretty impressed with that.
And what did Edward Kennedy have to do with anything?
Well, he swore up and down that he was going to make sure this was over, and that was the Ultra Project, and he wanted to make sure that none of this ever happened again. But unfortunately, he passed away.
And that was what year?
1970.
He didn't pass away until well after the year 2000. So if he were going to do something, he would have thought he could have done something back then.
He put everything behind it that he could. And as far as he knew, no one else was doing anything. But little did he know that they were still running under another name. I mean, they can put up something behind a storefront if they want to.
Exactly. And that's even if they say that it ends today. I mean, I think that they would do the same exact thing under another name. So, I mean,
I think if we're not all more optimistic, the negativity is going to get into us too much. And
yeah, we were just talking about that on another call, and Yeah, a positive attitude, I've always said, is everything. You have to have a positive.
Well, it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I can think of examples where you could have a positive attitude and something had still happened to you, but it means a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. To whatever's happening to you.
Yeah.
Keeps me alive.
But it's getting to the point where it's a risk even, discussing things on a public call. So maybe not for everyone. People, it's different for different people. So
actually, it's going the other way. It used to be that no one would even share an email address or a phone number. God, no one would share a phone number. But today, people are learning that if they get in the limelight a little bit, it's better for them because they have more people that know them. They have more people that know where they live and more people that can help them if they get in trouble. And, more people to call, more people to hang out with if you locate other TIs in your state. And there are plenty out there.
Frank, I think you just made a great point. The more people know who we are, the more we know each other, the more support we have, the more concerned they're going to be about doing anything to us. People get scared to speak up because they're afraid they're going to come at them harder, and maybe they do. But also, if we do it with energy, get out there and people know. I think that's a great point. I just wanted to say that.
Oh, thank you, Linda.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it is. You have to, and there's no other way, because all the targets have been in hiding long enough.
Yeah.
They're all coming out, and they're all having something to say, and they're all pretty bullshit. I'll tell you from the ones that I talked to. Pardon my.
Pretty what? I didn't hear that.
They're pretty bullshit.
I'm not bullshit. I'm beyond bullshit.
Yeah.
I've been beyond bullshit a long time ago. Huh?
Frank, you said that this, what is bullshit? What?
People are upset. I mean, people have had this for...
Sorry.
Since 2011, since 1990, since 1980, some people. I mean, people have had enough. They're about ready to go militant. And we're discussing that a little bit too. In there, they mentioned a PERP militant organization who was saying online, well, let's go hunting or something like that. Guess who's going to be doing the hunting? Because, I imagine they're taking that website apart right now, trying to find out who owns it. And they will, too. Because there's a lot of militant TIs that have really had it. And I hear them. I mean, they text me, they email me. They've had enough. Are
they being more activist?
They are. Yeah, they are.
Good.
Well, there are some areas of the country where it just is not as, what would you say? It is not as known or broadcast or, unfortunately.
It seems to be places like where Ashley lives, and that's Arkansas. There doesn't seem to be any action there at all.
That's rough. I'd like to ask, is this going to be on YouTube? Do you think you're going to put this part on?
Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
It worries me a little because, they can just listen to this stuff and then they hear your voice and then they can decide, I'm just going to say it. They can decide, hey, well, I'm going to go after her or him.
They're going to anyway. I'm sorry. That's how I think about it. And I don't mean to be depressive or despondent over it, but that's the reality of what I've seen. That's what I was trying to get to that woman talked to that woman the other night on Frank's call, and I feel really bad for how I said it to her, telling her that, she's going to be asset stripped, and this is not going away. This is not going away. These people have decided this is for good.
This is a fight to the death, if you will.
Yeah.
This is going to be really.
Well, let's hope not. Let's hope not.
No,
it already is.
That's this is a war now.
Yeah.
People have been killed.
Yeah.
By way of, we have that group from April the 15th or 16th, 2015, where there are three individuals, three family members actually, that are spending life in prison for talking somebody to death. How would they talk somebody to death?
With V2K, right?
With V2K, that's right.
Yeah.
It was on the front page.
And now, how did they talk? Did the people commit suicide, or how did they die? Do you know?
Well, talking somebody to death was, literally a suicide. And they threw them in prison, all three of them.
Where did that happen?
I'm not sure at this point. I think it was pretty local, Barb.
Massachusetts.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'll have to go back and check.
Can you find out more about that?
I sure can.
I think that's very, it's right up there with what Linda was talking about when she jumped in, and I was so glad that she spoke the way she spoke to that lady about what she could do to save her property. And because I sounded so awful, and I feel bad because I was not a good help to that woman. I was, reality for me is right there, and I mean, that's it.
Barbara, Lorraine's a strong cookie. She's okay. She'll be okay.
Well, I feel bad because, there's it's hard to.
Yeah.
That's where I am. I'm so despondent over this. I just, what can I say more? Sound happy. I had a good day, though. I got to tell you that I had a good day.
Oh, that's good. Everybody seems to have had a good day.
Yeah. Don't you think that one of the things, I used to get stopped, when they pull this, and then my car, something's wrong, and then the washing machine, and they do it all like at one time, and you start to wear down.
Right.
What I've noticed is that if I just methodically, I don't have to want to do it, just methodically pick up the phone, make the calls, get it done, and when I do, and things turn around, and they just did a situation which was very minor, but still part of their stuff. And I just stayed with it, called the post office, called Amazon, kept, really ran it down. Son of a gun, these items showed up out of the blue. And even, it's just, had I not stayed with it, I would have gotten jerked around on that. You know what I'm saying?
But don't you wonder what the purpose of it is? Because that's constant and done time and time. Time again. Is it to wear you out, push you to suicide?
That's the thing. As long as we know that's their intent, and this is all BS, no, I don't. I can't wonder about that. I can't give any energy to that anymore, because that does wear me down. If I start wondering why and why me and all that, all I know is what is. And all I can do is work the best I can with it. And I understand what you're saying, Barbara. Yes, I spent 2 weeks hardly able to move. So I know what you mean. But take one step, just one step. And once that succeeds, it's that gives you better energy. And then if you can just take that first step. But I hear you totally.
Thank you.
Yeah.
At least you're not chewing me out for being negative.
You just learn to live in the moment too. You know, I mean, it's like you're taking one day at a time, and it's like I just learned that I can't plan too far into the future because I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. Last Friday, I was on my way home from a meeting, and this is the third time in like 5 years somebody hit me. The first time someone changed lanes and hit me. The second time someone just didn't stop. I was at a red light and someone kept going right into me. And and Friday someone came out of a side road and hit me again. So, and now I'm in a rental car. I have to laugh.
Of silence for Laura Ann from Colorado for her other half. Okay? Just a moment of silence, just to say a prayer.
Sure.
What am I supposedly saying a prayer for?
Okay. Amen. Thank you.
What did you say a prayer, supposedly say a prayer for?
Laura Ann from Colorado.
What about her?
Her other half passed away.
Oh.
I'm not trying.
From targeting?
He had a heart attack, I guess. He had heart problems anyway. I'm not sure if he was targeted. He may have been. But I celebrate life. I don't celebrate when somebody passes away. I celebrate their life. And that's what the prayer was for. And I thank you so much. So,
well, did that lady who had a car accident?
Yes, that's me, Mary.
The only thing I can tell you is that I had 4 cars and they sabotaged each one. And from what I understand, the reason they're doing this is 3 reasons. I was V2K'd. And this is because the roads are too crowded and the rich feel that they shouldn't have to wait in a overcrowded road or, a tie-up. So they want all the older cars off the road and as many cars off the road as they possibly can. It has to do with climate change and the pollution that vehicles give off. And number 3 is they want people to start taking the bus because it's underused and they want it to be financially feasible and it's part of Agenda 21.
Right. They want more people to move to the cities and get out of the country because the country's costing money as far as the road upkeep and,
right. So they want people to get, they sabotage all Target's cars from what I understand and heard. And the reason, like I said, is they want people to take the bus.
Yep.
I don't know. That's what I was told.
Depends on where you live.
That's the original plan for Agenda 21 anyway. They don't want anybody to have a car.
Right.
Yeah, because they do want you to move to the cities. It's more, they have other uses for the rural land. And, it's less output financially for the governments too.
Well, they just want the rich on the roads and politicians, The other thing I heard today from Lorraine Thompson, you know her, Frank, she was telling me she read and her brother read that they're going to do away with planes to fly in the air.
You're kidding?
No, and what they're going to do is they're going to develop high-speed trains, like 200-mile-an-hour trains.
Yeah.
And they're gonna put in a system of those instead of airplanes.
Well, now wait just a minute here. That's called the New Green Plan. It's a plan. I don't think it will get off the ground, no pun intended, because there's too much Illuminati money, if you will, in airplanes. So what she did with her cohorts is draft this plan that is just so outrageous. You think, oh my God, it could never happen. Well, it's the Democratic wing, the progressive communist socialist wing, the way far left, not the real substantial liberals, but the way far extreme left, wants to, as you say, attack all the norms of the system. And, and then one Democratic senator said, well, I live in Hawaii. What am I supposed to do? Take a train? So, I mean, it's really far-fetched, and I've suggested that everybody read the New Green Plan. You will be on the floor crying and laughing because, how far some of these people have gone with their lunacy and then the extreme to which they want to control us.
I didn't say they're going to get rid of all the planes. I'm sure the rich will have their planes and helicopters.
Yeah, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is that the plan, you have to read the whole plan. Don't just listen. Like you suggested that Lorraine or whoever said that this is what they're going to do. No. This is what is planned to get everybody talking and get some of these things. It's really quite a terrible plan and absolutely a United Nations 2030. So we got to watch that, and that's globalism. And I wish you all would read up what globalism is. We're already have lost about 90% of our rights due to the Patriot Act. Right. The rest will go out with globalism. So they are ripping up roads to small rural towns. They are trying to get people to the cities, to bigger cities, and then bigger cities, and then mega cities. And it's going along quite fine, by the way, because people are so ignorant, they really don't know the steps. And that one Adam Schiff, he is on a town hall meeting video on YouTube in Burbank, where he says, oh, this is wonderful. Look at this beautiful city. You have a theater, you have a barber shop, you have a coffee shop, and everything is right there. Why would you want to leave it? Well, the point is they want to wall off the cities, so you cannot get out. You need a visa to leave your city. To go to another mega city to see your aunt or something, you need a visa. You will need a visa. All the land outside of these mega cities will be for the wild animals. All the wild animals.
That's what I heard too on Agenda 21 on YouTube.
That's what they want. So, I mean, got to stop it every step of the way. They've ruined the education system. I mean, the kids can't read or they can't do arithmetic. I mean, they're gone. And they're stupid. If you hear these women with pussy caps on their head, oh my God, stupid. I don't know. I think it's pretty far gone. Some people say no, there's still hope, but.
Well, I know that they started thinking about a mega city. Now, this was back in, 77, 78, 79, when I was out in San Diego, because San Diego and LA has merged. I mean, you can say there's a boundary there, but they're basically your mega city, So I kind of didn't realize what I was realizing at the time, but that's kind of started a long time ago, I don't know.
Well, when the population of the United States is 66 million, they want 10 megacities with 6 million people in each megacity. That's the plan. Well, so that means, of course, the death of 2.1 or 200 and some odd million people by 2025.
What about the rest of us who don't want to live in a city?
Well, Frank, you won't be here, doll.
They'll burn you out like they did out west.
They're putting 5G everywhere, and they say when they turn that up, we're all going to be toast. So they'll have 66 million left. I don't think I'm going to be one of those 66 million. I may be wrong.
No.
But, I don't think so.
Me neither.
They're trying to copy China. China's got all those mega cities with no one in them yet, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. I wonder about that. Why isn't people living in them?
Well, it's really quite terrible. I spent a month in China. What they want to do, and it's just awful, is the farmers who've had their land through, generations and generations and generations, they want to get rid of them, put them in the megacities. And when they tried with experiments with certain farmers, they took them, put them in these concrete jungles for the farmers. They died. They all committed suicide or just died. And they have a thing called hutongs. A hutong is like a block that's all the houses face in toward the courtyard. And families have lived there for hundreds of years, generations, and they're ripping them out.
Well, they don't want them people. They've got so many people in China. It's incredible. Japan too. I mean, they are so overcrowded. China and India are both the same. They've been a society for 5,000 years, and I guess our rich people don't want to go there.
Well, I don't know, but they want some of the criminals, the corrupt criminals in D.C. are seeking asylum in China. Interesting, isn't that? Japan is on a minus population growth. Japan will not be here, and there'll be no Japanese in the year 2100. And they will not let any immigrants in. They don't want any mixture of the Japanese blood. So they're paying couples to have kids like they did in Russia, like they're doing in Hungary. There's certain populations which are diminishing, and they're very, very important populations.
Italy,
and other populations that are increasing who haven't had education, and
Italy too. They are paying women to have children in Italy because the population has dropped so drastically.
And the Italian boys stay with their folks until they're 40. It's something.
Geez. No thanks.
Yeah, China is through a bad time right now because remember when they started saying no children, nobody can have any children. No, we can't have any more children. Well, that created a gap in the working age people. So they had
Frank.
Yes.
Figure it out. You've got, when I was there, 10, 12 years after I was there, it was 32 men to every one girl.
Right.
And the Americans went over and adopted the girls because they were going to be drowned or aborted.
Yeah.
So young girls. And there was a wonderful video about this poor family. These parents have their son. They have their son,
Right.
And there is no woman for the son. And they say, oh, my God, what is he going to do? We want, grandchildren. And we blah, 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 blah. Well, this poor guy, he's not great looking. Some of the Chinese, most of them, by the way, are very good looking. Well, he's okay, Well, he doesn't make enough money. The same crap that goes on in this country. He's probably a wonderful soul, but, not enough money and not good looking enough. So the Chinese, which is now getting a great middle class, the girls who are available, they're out there looking for Mr. Billionaire. And this poor guy probably will never find a girl.
Right. Well, they killed all the girls off because they wanted sons to support them in their old age.
And the truth of the matter is, right now, it's the females who are working, who are supporting the folks, and the guys have gone away.
Right.
So it's a really interesting twist.
Yeah, I read that too, where the women have taken over the male gender role of caring for the elderly parents.
Yeah. But what was I going to say? China, by the way, China will be on a negative population because of that one child thing. Because you have no girls, or so few girls, it's really sad, that they could disappear, not of course at 2100 or 2500, but, and then they kill all the people they don't like the Uyghurs and the Ungars. Oh, and I read an article today that, of course, it's an old article, but it just lets you know, I printed it out. You can also find it and print it out. China is developing microwaves so they can burn and heat up people in crowds and burn them. It's non-lethal. It's non-lethal, but they can get under the skin with these microwaves and cause really bad burns. Well, guess what? It's happened here. And then they say it's going to be wonderful because now we can track our enemies in our country, like the Uyghurs, who are the Muslims, and the Ungars, or whatever they call them. Oh, Falun Gong.
Yeah, the Ungars, I think, are Muslim, aren't they?
Yeah. And the Falun, yes, and so the Uyghurs and the Falun Gong, which are their own people, they're not Muslims.
Well, they isolated the Ungars. They want to keep tabs on them because they are Muslim. They don't particularly care for, Muslims, I guess. But I don't know.
Yeah, the whole population of the world is
it's
kind of mixed up.
In flux.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for things to clean up, shall we say.
What's his name? Jacob Applebaum said it's going to take, and he was speaking around, 2008 maybe. He was saying it's going to take 100 years. And I thought to myself, I don't even have 10, so I won't see this, and this will be for my great-granddaughter.
Oh, you got more than 10, Barb. Come on.
I don't know.
Probably got 20 or 30 kicking around. Come on.
Listen, I don't want to be so old and decrepit that I've got to have somebody come in and wash my ass or wipe it or clean my house. I want to be totally independent to the end, just like my father was. I took care of him for a few weeks and then he died. No, it was a few months. It was about a little less than a year, I'd say. And that's how I want to go. He was walking to the end, and the last 2 weeks he slipped into a coma and he was gone. And hospice come in and helped me take care of him at that point. And I don't want people coming in and taking care of me being really decrepit and stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
Okay, I just put a YouTube in the chat on the truth about 5G towers. Now, this might be something that I was going to show. It's a real short one. So,
what's it say?
It's all about 5G.
Who's it about? What does he say about 5G? Should we be upset or not?
It's a killer.
Oh, yeah. You're going to get the same viewpoint no matter who you talk to.
Well, they're going ahead with it.
And I keep telling everybody, you're supposed to stay 5 meters away from your microwave when you're using it. So hit the start button and run.
Nobody should be using microwaves anymore. Mine is sitting here. I clean dirty sponges with it. That's it. Kill the bacteria with that. But you kill everything in a microwave. Every bit of food value is killed in a microwave.
A friend of my wife used to cook steaks in there, and they were gray inside.
Yes. And on the outside, they stay gray, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Everything's gray.
Yeah. Not attractive.
Lettuce turns gray. Everything turns gray.
I like it. You know what I like microwave for is I like milk in my coffee, and if you take a third of a cup of cream, you put the microwave on for like 2 minutes, and it'll cook it so it's toasty. It makes a real good cup of coffee.
Oh, from the chat. Setsa says Russia banned microwave ovens in 1986. Isn't our government wonderful to us?
They banned what?
Microwave.
Oh. You mean microwave?
When I was in a rush,
we use in the kitchen?
Yeah, they banned them in 1986.
Wow.
Oh.
So what does that tell you about microwaves? Take them out to the garbage and then the trash, and then put 5 meters between you and the trash.
And I'll tell you another thing Russia did. Russia has built shelters for its people. They can shelter 40 million people. The United States has built nothing for its people, only deep underground bases for the elite.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. They build housing projects through HUD, and those are nationwide.
No. I'm talking shelters. You know.
They did.
For your health, if a bomb drops.
Small
shelters. Russia built 40 for shelters, underground shelters for 40 million people, and the only thing we have built is 233 underground bases.
No,
and the military.
They built. Oh God, how many million of those little coffins?
Oh yeah, there's several million of the coffins waiting in Georgia. And few other places, North Carolina and around there. And they're ugly coffins. Nothing I would choose.
Oh, Melinda.
I want a wooden one.
Well, they're plastic. Eat your heart out.
I don't want plastic.
The chat wants us to get into targeting.
Oh.
Okay, we're targeted, then they kill us, and we go in an ugly coffin. That's it.
Okay.
Are you talking about FEMA right now? Are you talking about FEMA?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Someone told me FEMA is the worst organization in the world.
Yep.
That they have so much money and they control. Now, I got the impression that they controlled this program, or this program was filtered through them, but I wasn't sure. But they were saying how FEMA is like the organization from hell.
Yeah. What I've been trying to do lately is work around targeting and try and add a little something into it, like Melinda does. And see, that way it rounds out, because if you say the word V2K all night long, your jaw gets stuck in one spot, But I'm just trying to even it out. Does that sound like a good idea?
I think you're right. I think it's all connected. The more you know, the more you can start pulling the dots together and seeing how it's all connected.
Okay. One of the things that we have to deal with today, it's going to be in our trial. All right. It's going to be the principal thing that's in our trial. And that's going to be intellectual property. It's going to be like the RICO law for targets. Because I have it in the, I'll put it in the chat, the link. But the meaning of intellectual property is changing. And Toomey, your mic's open. Thank you. But I'll put that link in the chat. It's a PDF. Those of you who would like it email to them, that's fine too. I can do that. Just send me an email that says PDF, and I'll send it to you. Okay, here it comes.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm putting a link in the chat.
For what? Oh, 5G?
Intellectual property.
Where is the chat?
Okay, the chat is where you can go if you come in with a computer.
But what is the web address?
Okay, global dot go to meeting GOTOMEETING /join JOIN another /450-414-301, and that will take you to GoToMeeting online.
And you'll call.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. And some people choose to stay on with their phone and their computer. That's great because you want to get a glance to see what's going on in the chat, and you might be doing something else. It's kind of handy. As long as you don't cross the two and get a loop going, it works fine. Okay, in the NSA, this is rather new. The NSA confirms high-powered microwave weapon ability to weaken, intimidate, or kill without leaving evidence, designed to bathe a target's living quarters, microwaves causing damage to human nervous system. Oh, that isn't actually new.
Where'd that come from?
It's on my Google Drive right now.
Okay, but where'd you get it from?
I'll give you the source.
PDF?
That is a PDF. Isn't everything a PDF today?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, there it is. That's in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Google is helping China with their social credit history. The thing that's ruining a lot of very young Chinese people. And Eric Schmidt wants to bring it over here. I think we should keep our eyes and ears open for anything that says Eric Schmidt has come over to talk to, somebody at the FCC, because that's really scary. It's ruining these Chinese lives. I mean, they're being evicted from their apartments and they're being fired from their jobs. It's just horrible.
Yeah, well,
say that word. That's a trigger word for me, and it causes great fear and anxiety.
Yeah, we're in the middle of, at the very beginning, actually, of the computer age. You want to look at it that way.
What? That the word's a trigger word for me?
What word?
No. Now you made me.
What's a trigger word?
Evicted.
Oh. No, we're at the beginning.
That causes a great deal of depression and anxiety in me every time I hear it, because
I'm sure it does in a lot of people, but that's a reality that is a possibility.
That's what my perps want me to be. They're telling me that that's what's going to happen, and scares the shit out of me. I don't want to be homeless.
Well, don't dwell on it. I said it in a sentence. That's all. Let it go.
Okay, now I forgot totally what I was going to say, so I'll have to move on to something else.
You put a video in the chat.
Actually, I put a PDF in the chat.
I'm sorry, PDF.
Yep. Okay, the next thing is they have an algorithm out now that could send you to prison and crash your car. So there's all kinds of great computer stuff coming out lately.
What do you mean send you to prison?
Find out.
Oh, it's in that PDF?
No, this is another one.
Oh. Well, tell me what it says.
That's exactly what it says. It's actually it's from the Daily Bell from the UK.
It can put you in prison and crash a car.
Yep.
Hmm.
A secret algorithm.
Boy, that's fun, huh?
Oh, yeah, we need some of those.
Haven't they been able to do that for a long time? Because they've been stopping people in, intersections, and we had TIs complaining about that 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, they're really onto a science now. Yeah. I might share part of a video that really,
pardon me.
If we had more computers, I could, but we don't.
Okay, I think it was Neil who said, and I take it seriously, anything digital can be hacked. Anything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Melinda?
Yeah.
This is very quick. I needed something if you can do it. Do you have the address of the Los Angeles Times? I can't get the physical address. Even my local newspaper can't get it over the internet. So I thought somebody probably might.
No, but let me see if I can pull it up.
Okay. She couldn't get it that way, but let's see.
Look, we got an echo.
Yeah. Could be I'll mute it soon.
Okay.
I used to get upset about crashing cars a long time ago, because that's what they used to do to me to get rid of the 4 vehicles I own. They put me through several accidents. So.
Linda, who's on tonight other than us?
Oh man, there's some new calls out there. I think you're pretty much it, but who was going to do it? I think Huggy Bear's got one.
Yeah.
I got one too.
She's supposed to do an after call, and yeah, I've been promoting it.
Okay.
Friday at 6 on TalkShoe. I'm not very good, but I'm trying to get a lot of information on there as to mine is all about TI's technology and devices. Mostly the devices and the technology is where I want to concentrate on.
That's good, Bob.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the address, Lonnie. They've moved. I can't believe they left the LA Times building downtown. But anyway, Los Angeles Times, 2300 2300 East Imperial Highway, 2 words.
Okay.
El Segundo, 2 words.
The last part, what did you say? The last
Segundo, Segundo.
Okay.
El Segundo, California, 90245.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
That's okay. Do you want the telephone number?
Sure.
Okay. 213-237-5000.
Okay. Let me say this again. 213. Did you say 237?
Yes.
Okay. 5000. Thank you so much, dear. I appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, boy, the LA Times really moved from high rent to low rent, didn't they?
Yeah. And it's not, it's very spacious in El Segundo, but I don't know if they need new space because the paper is diminishing.
Oh, but you're right. Oh.
They're all diminishing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Wow, that's interesting because that's definitely a downturn for them. Much lower.
Yeah, the Boston Globe's a quarter of an inch thick. It used to be like
inches.
Yeah, oh yeah. 8 inches anyway, 8 or 9 inches thick.
The internet is putting them out of business.
Yeah.
What they need to do is hire some hotshot reporters who do the work. You get interesting viewpoints, but since they're all spouting the exact same rhetoric,
bullshit.
Yeah.
They don't get
who
on.
cares? Everybody's wising up to the news. How it's fake.
Yeah, they don't. The Boston Globe does not seem to be getting on. I never see it in like any emails or any articles from it. I can go find it, but they never seem to be doing anything.
Yeah. I get Boston.com in my mail. Is that the Boston? That ain't the Boston Globe, is it? No.
No idea. Oh, Matt, thanks for the article.
You know, years ago, when I first became a target, I read an article in the Boston Globe, and I'm sure they have it in their archive, and it was a short abstract about this man who they carted off to the hospital and were going to lock up. He kept on screaming, "They won't let me sleep. They won't let me sleep. They want to take away my house." Nobody had a clue what the hell he was talking about back then, except moi, because I had already been targeted.
Yeah, how long has it been for you, Barb?
25.
25 years.
I think it's 25. Something like that.
Oh.
I used to say 1996, but I think I was targeted from 93 on. That I look back because you know how they go covert and then they go overt, and 96 was when they started to go overt. But of course, they have to study you to find out your habits so they can attack you with them a few years before, weeks, months.
There's the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald.
Yeah, and the Record American died years ago.
That was a good newspaper, though.
Yeah, it was.
I like the Record.
So can you explain how you survived 25 years like this?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think that I just got angry, and I think more than anything else, my anger carried me through, because the harder they hit me, the more angry I got. And I have been fighting this ever since I found, like when I first became a target, I had no idea what was going on until I went into Elena White's Yahoo chat. There was a lot of people on a Yahoo chat. I think it's still functioning today. And I started talking to several other targets. And this one guy, Steve, told me, he said, "You've been targeted." And I told him what was going on, and he says, "You've been targeted." And, it's at that point, I started learning more about it. And the more I learned about it, the madder I got. And the madder I got, the more angry I got. And the more angry I got, the more I started fighting back. And I did everything that I could. I went to every political forum that I could find. I went to the military when they were in Boston, July 4th, after 9/11, and I wrote a treatise on that the military should not be on American soil, that the military's function is to kill only, and that they constitutionally had no right being on American soil as far as the Constitution was concerned.
Posse Comitatus is what it's called in 1868. Yes.
Thank you. And the only the only people allowed on American soil is the National Guard. And the reason that the National Guard was picked to function as an organization is because our forefathers felt that the people from the National Guard are picked from the people who they live here. They're part of your neighborhood. And they thought that if the National Guard was taken from your neighborhood, they would have less of a chance or less of a wanting to shoot you. That was the reasoning.
Barb, I'd like to ask you a question. Hi, this is Gail. I would like to ask you a question. You were targeting your TI in 93. How did it change for you after 9/11? Did you have more game stalkers, or was it the same? Was the technology radio frequency, or what did they use?
I know that after 9/11, I was maybe not, maybe before. I don't really think there was a big change for me until just a few years ago.
Well, that was a really good point you made about being on American soil, and I've said that myself, but to hear someone else say it, and, that's absolutely true. And for anyone to say that this is a program and that it's,
Well, I went into Boston during the 4th of July when they had all these military trailers, and the military was walking around with these machine guns and, fatigues, and they had a command trailer. I went up to the military officers and I was handing out this treatise: get the fuck out of Boston. You have no right being here. This is unconstitutional. You belong for a foreign war. The only function of the military is to kill. The National Guard is to put down insurrection or revolutions. Mm-hmm. Their function is not to kill their neighbor. That's the big difference. And now they read it. I was blown away because they read it. I saw them in the command trailer with the door open. The guy standing there in a suit, not a suit, like slacks and a shirt, and he was reading it. And I was like, okay, time to leave.
They probably do that. They're told to be there, and it's like a tradition or something, and they do it, and you made them stop and think, which is really good.
Well, this is the activism I was doing when after 9/11, and I was going to like Republican forums, and I just couldn't understand. This was called the Log Cabin Republicans, and they're a gay organization, and I was like, how can you be gay and a Republican? They hate you, and their forum. And I said, I think you're all nuts. Turned around and walked out. That was in Boston. I was doing all kinds of stupid stuff like that. I mean, I was everywhere. I went to see Alan Dershowitz and Harvey Silverglate, and I gave him a copy of my book of.
I was in Log Cabin Republicans to spy on them, by the way.
To spy on it? What did you learn?
Keep your enemies close. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Yeah, I'd like to get the perps in arm's reach. They'd be sorry. I'll tell you. They don't come around me. They stay far away.
You're fortunate. I mean, you mean physically or the other ways or both?
No, they hit me hard. They hate me because I call them maggots. I said, you're everywhere. You're like maggots. And they hate me for calling them malicious, manipulative maggots. And that's why I think they hit me so hard. I think if I was nicer to them and didn't call them names,
it still hit you hard.
Nazi and Stasi, I think that they wouldn't hit me as hard as they do. Because I mean, they're tearing me apart. They've broken all my teeth. They fried the top of my head so that I'm going bald. They're concentrating on the back of my left ear, and they'll stab me like with a. It's almost like being stabbed with an ice pick in the back of the ear, and it's super painful to the point where sometimes you want to pass out. And they hate me. I call them names all the time. I don't care. You come near me, I'll cut your balls off and I'll make you eat them.
This is Chris, by the way, Barbara. How are you?
I know. How are you? I haven't heard from you in a long time.
I'm good. Have you heard from Doug Cruz?
Yeah. He's on messaging on Facebook.
Oh, tell him I said hi.
Everyone, why? I thought you two were together or something.
No, he's just my friend in Chicago. I have a boyfriend already for 22 years.
Oh, wow. Better than I did.
22 years is a long time for this type of lifestyle,
Yeah, I think it's, anybody who lasts 22 years, male, woman, whatever.
Yeah, any lifestyle.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know. Amazing.
I lasted 12 years. I couldn't stand it anymore.
Yeah, I made it this far so far. I'm doing good. We're doing good over here, but anyway, I'm gonna mute.
Do you know David Schroeder?
No, I don't.
Oh yeah, okay. He was from Omaha with the Franklin, the pedophilia out there. And he said he was raised as a Satanist. And I guess his father died and he got loose of it and he got married out in Omaha and then I think a year later he got divorced.
Oh geez.
Yeah.
It's not very long.
Look him up sometime and tell him hi. Tell him I said hi.
Well, it sounds like it sounds like he came out of it. He was able to straighten things out, which is good. That's good.
So I think anybody who lasts 22 years for anybody is good.
Yeah, my partner gets the synthetic dreams every night, and when we had the smart meter put in, he heard a call center talking to themselves for a minute, and then they said, "Can you hear us?" And they went mute.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, they make mistakes like that. They used to make mistakes like that to me too. I'd hear this CD. You know how you used to be able to put a CD in a laptop and hear it wind up? It had a particular sound. I could hear that every once in a while, and then they'd talk for a couple of minutes, and then they'd close it down. I don't know if they did that on purpose or not.
You mean on your CD or otherwise?
No, V2K.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I think that the V2K is a program that they have on a CD that they can throw in a laptop, and then I don't know how they get it out of the laptop. Maybe they use an antenna of some kind.
We got a tape in today that I have to clean up, which is V2K. So we'll see what that sounds like.
It does what?
We'll see what it sounds like. It's a tape of V2K.
Whose tape is it?
It's Chapois.
It would take a lot of good equipment to make something like that. That could be, downloaded and played. I would think you have to really be skilled at.
Well, I used to have a recording studio, so it makes life a little easier. But I'm going to just take it apart and put it back together. That's all.
You know who else had a recording studio was Lorraine Thompson.
She did?
Yeah.
I'll have to talk to her about that.
She said she had a big recording studio in her house.
Yeah, I had a Fostex 16-track machine and an Allen and Heath board and all the lovely things that go with it. Yeah, it helps out. So what happened to her studio? She sell it out?
I have no clue. We didn't get that. I have no idea what a recording, I have no, well, I do, because I did record I went to the CCTV, and each town has their own, and you can go to the CCTV and make your own recordings and broadcast them over your local TV. Well, I went in there, and at the issue that was going around at that particular time was about abortion. So I went on and made a tape about abortion, and the kid that was helping me run the equipment didn't like it, and he sabotaged what I was doing. So
his opinion of what you were talking about affected the way it came out, huh?
He was what he, for instance, if I would say the word illegal, he would change it to legal. I heard that, and there were several other things that he messed up with it so that you couldn't play it. It was like it didn't make any sense,
Hey, Cody.
And Dwight has records that he has a big sound thing. Dwight Mangum.
Yeah, he's been trying to get V2K for a long time. Was he successful? Do you know?
I don't know. He says he was, but I repeatedly asked him for clips, and I never received any.
Yeah, well, then I wouldn't count too much on it.
Yeah, that could be valuable.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly. And I would have no idea how a person would go about recording. It would be nice to have the money.
Don't you think
Asian guy called Jim
with the signal, decibel, Frank?
Excuse me?
How would you record V2K? You would have to have the frequency, right?
No, not if it's audible. If it's audible, it's audio. So.
Yeah, but V2K is not audible.
Well, actually, it is.
Okay.
I have got actually a Velcro strap that goes around your head, and it's got piezo disc microphones all around it.
Okay.
And I've been thinking about moving it down to the throat and trying to get V2K there. Pre-vocal.
I've never heard of, I don't know the terminology for, I've heard the term piezo, but, and I can kind of envision it, but.
It's a small microphone, it's thinner than a quarter, and it's about a little bigger than a quarter, I think, or about the same size.
Bigger than what? I'm sorry.
A quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Now, when you put it around your head, what does it do?
Oh, it'll pick up what's going on. It'll even pick up your eyelashes blinking.
Wow. No, not funny.
Yeah.
How could that possibly
pick up?
I would like to ask, how could anyone possibly be able to pick up such a thing from a remote location? What would be being used? It's, I mean, unbelievable. But yet it isn't.
They're actually right there with ELF, matching your brain frequency, because they can't shoot like 9 gigs into your head and expect to get anything back out. Just fried brain, you know?
Frank, there's one thing that I think that I've realized about V2K.
What's that?
Is that it's a two-way street.
Oh, it is. It is two-way.
So you can tell these malicious maggots what you think of them. And they know. They hear you.
In real time.
So you can say anything to them that you want.
Yeah, they're giving me all kinds of bull right now. They have been since 6 o'clock when I started the V2K call.
So what do you do? Just ignore them? Do you ever talk to them?
If I get really upset or just really bull in general, yeah, I'll spout off at them something.
So what happens?
Oh, nothing. They're amazed because they're not used to hearing me yell at them. So they just, it's their way of scoring points, because if they can get you to do that, they figure they're doing their job, which is their not job. No job. No,
well, I know that, like, I've been interrogated several times. I've woken up mid-sentence, you know. Quite a few times. That's why when people say that these people know everything about them, I think a lot of it, instead of reading your mind or your past history or whatever, I think that they interrogate you. And they find out things from my childhood, and they're curious about them, and they would ask about them. And I'd wake up halfway through this, and it would be like, what the hell are they talking about? You know, why am I talking about that? And I'd wake up like I'd been interrogated for hours.
Yeah, well, as far as that goes, if you're running into a dream that they've implanted, they haven't really implanted it, they're giving it to you as you wake up. Because as you know, most dreams, or dreams as a rule, are just a split second long anyway. They just seem long.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they're not long. And just as you're beginning to wake up, that's a vulnerable time for you. So this is when they move in and they'll mess with a dream.
The other night, the other day, I had a surprising scenario. I went to my daughter's house to visit her, and on the way in the door, my granddaughter was tripped. And then I walked into the beam also, and they tripped me. So I just looked toward the house where it came from because I know who it is, and continued in the house. And as I sat in the living room, this perp that was one of the first perps that attacked me apologized to me. Now I don't know if he was apologizing for attacking me a long time ago or apologizing to me for tripping me just then. But he apologized to me and I completely ignored it. Never responded to it.
It's probably good. It's good you didn't, because you don't know if that was sincere.
Oh, I don't care if it was sincere or not. If I ever got my hands on this jerk,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's it.
And I think Barbara would probably claw his eyes out.
Oh, no. You know, these serial killers who kill people with 40 stab wounds?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I could see why they do it. Put it that way.
Well, we don't want to hear your MO so that you'll be safe.
Oh, I'm not, I'm non-violent, but boy, the fantasy is great.
You'll be looking across the bar from them one of these days, probably. I don't mean where you drink the watering hole either.
That's all right. I don't have too many more years to live.
Oh, come on.
Well, I don't. I'm 73 in another month and a half. How old do you want me to live? 100? I don't want to be 100 years old, decrepit, and look like a skeleton in a wheelchair. Give me a break.
You could be a fortune teller. Think of it.
A fortune teller. They told me that the reason that they put 2022 on my debit card when they reissued it is because that's the year they're going to say goodbye. So I said, good.
Probably want to get you hooked on the twos or something. I can't imagine, or maybe not. They just want you to start thinking about it, so don't. It's.
Oh, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. They've thrown me to the wolves so many times that death looks up like a positive thing. It looks like I'm looking up. I'm beyond that point.
Well, it won't be from them, Barb, because you'll be around long enough for us to nail these jerks to the barn door.
Do you remember me telling you about the treatment plant in our town burning down?
Yes.
They blame me for that.
Well,
who?
The perp, the mayor and the police department, and they all think it was because of my posting online, and the people that I know, because I'm a veteran, they think it was because of me that the treatment plant burnt down.
Maybe they'd like you to think that that's what they hold against you.
No, they really believe it. They really believe it was because of me.
You know how much? What was it? A sewage treatment plant?
We had Eastman gelatin boiled bones and got the gelatin out of it, and they used to make petri dishes, and they used to coat the film that you used to get. This was before digital, and the excrement, the bones, and all the bone broth they didn't need, so they extruded that in the Peabody's water system. So basically what we were drinking all the time was bone broth. Only it's putrid because it's been there so long. You'd take a shower. I'd be going to work in Boston. You'd take a shower. Halfway through your shower, this brown, foamy, crappy, putrid shit used to come out of the shower and cover you. And you couldn't rinse off because it wouldn't come clear for, say, 15, 20 minutes. So you had to go into work smelling like a stinky, putrid caca stuff.
Well, was it coming from there? Your water was
it was polluted from the runoff from the Eastman gelatin, from there making the gelatin. That was the runoff from them. Well, they built the treatment plant to take the bone broth out of the water.
Oh, it was a water treatment plant. Okay.
Right. And they had these great big tanks on the top of the hill. They still have them, and they pump the water through the tanks to settle all the heavy stuff out of it. And they put this other stuff in it to make the heavy stuff settle out. And then I joined a organization in Peabody called Friends of Peabody Lakes, and they were concerned about the water, and we tried to find out how the water system worked, and they wouldn't give us anything, nothing. It was national secret because of this was after 9/11.
Well, all you were trying to do was to help yourself and help your neighbors and your community. Yes, because that could be cancerous. Aside from being smelly, I mean, to not do something about that is, that's like back in the 1900s with the mills and how they were doing all.
Well, that's why they built the treatment plant.
Yeah.
That went online in 97. But before that, the water in Peabody was notoriously bad.
Yeah, I mean, if people have to speak up about that, and to think that someone wouldn't and would put up with that, I mean.
Well, the reason people wouldn't speak up to the mayor about it is the reason why. When I spoke up to him, I didn't know that people were targeted, but he's targeted other people in the town. People here were terrified of him. I found out later. I was talking to a lot of people in Peabody, and they were terrified of him. They knew what he would do, and he did.
But that's a reasonable thing. I mean, a mayor is supposed to have the concerns of the people there. They're supposed to represent the people.
He was a malicious tyrant. If you said no to him, he felt you were an enemy.
Oh,
you were to be gone after. That's why he went after me.
Well, what is he? He thought he was like a feudal king or something.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
Is he gone now? Is he out of?
Oh, he died. Yeah, he died before 9/11.
Yeah, I thought it was some time ago, 1990s, but gosh,
he hired people who were all his. He had 5 daughters. Every daughter, one like the one that's after me, she's a school teacher, and her husband is a deputy fire chief. The other one worked for the treasury, and her husband was head of maintenance. He was the one
why can't they just get over it? I mean,
because she felt her father was a saint and he was a malicious son of a bitch. And my reasoning with this is that why does she hate me? She hates me because I went public about what a maggot her father was, not because of what he did to my life. He wiped my life off the charts. She wasn't upset about that. That was normal behavior.
And don't get mad, but for sure he was the one, huh?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. He threatened me at the meeting. He asked me where I lived. And then when I was trying to leave to go out the door, he blocked my way, and he said, "Don't bite off more than you can chew," and off he went. Oh, he definitely was behind my listing me as a target. He went after there was a journalist who had a little newspaper in town, and he hated him too. He knew him for the son of a bitch he was, and the mayor went after him and almost broke him.
You know, it leaves you almost without a response. I mean, you know, unbelievable.
Well, that's like his daughter that I told you was married to the maintenance head of maintenance for the city, and he got caught stealing. I mean, big time stealing. And his father-in-law had died, and we had a new mayor, and the new mayor didn't take him to court. They must have settled some money there somewhere, because he asked him to leave instead of taking him to court. And he did leave. He was a reservist, and he went to Iraq and was setting up MASH units. But his wife is now second in command in the Treasury, and that's Trejan's daughter.
So the family is able to kind of stay in the government over the years.
Yeah. Well, that's who's keeping my targeting going, is the deputy fire chief.
Yeah. What if you were to move out of there? You know.
I did.
I mean,
it followed me. I'm walking up the street, and who drives by but the PBD electric plant maintenance manager, you know? And that was to let me know that they followed me here to this Ipswich. So I didn't get away from them. They followed me. Make sure that everybody knew who I was, the cops, the fire.
I mean, just for things like that, when you're, you know.
You know how it is when a target moves, that follows them. It has everywhere I've gone.
Yeah, we're missing a few people tonight.
Who?
Oh, I can't, off the top of my head, I can't.
Amy?
Yeah, huh?
Amy?
No, she's not on here tonight.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She's usually here.
Well, she's only been here.
I'm here. Tracy's here.
Where are you, Tracy? Oh, I got you. The hell did I do that for? So, Tracy, how's everything going? You got squared away pretty much? Or no?
Yeah, I did. I got treated at the hospital last night, and then they were kind enough to help with a hotel room for tonight. So I'm out of the elements. It's snowing and cold, and I never would have made it another night. So lucky. And then
where were you living?
I was homeless for a couple of days. There was some stuff going on where I was staying that made me feel really unsafe and needed to get out of there. And so I was at the park with all my stuff and my cats, and so it was 16 degrees one night and 6 degrees last night. So
you were out in the cold.
So I'm getting a shelter. I'm getting into a shelter tomorrow at 12. So
what about the kitties?
They're here with me, and then they have a Boulder. It's in Boulder, Colorado, and they have a animal control or a
shelter.
One of the like a shelter, not like one that kills animals or anything, but another kind. They have a contract with them that you can stay up, 3 weeks or 6 weeks at this place, and they have a contract with them that they'll board the animals for you until you get out. So they're really
Where did
good
you
about that.
sleep?
At the park with all my stuff under a blanket. It was horrible.
Boy, you're a brave lady. My God, I'm so sorry that happened. And do us a favor before, don't let yourself be out there in 6-degree weather. Let us know. Somebody will help. Bless your heart. I'm so sorry.
Where are you located?
Colorado.
I'm in Colorado.
Wasn't
That's
there?
a very cool place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's by Denver, and there was some threatening and harassment. The county sheriff met me at the hospital where I was staying, was escalating, and I needed to just get out of there, and I didn't want to go back. And she said, do you want to press harassment charges? I think you have enough. And I said, well, can I just get the paperwork and think about it? And she said, yeah. And then they decided that I decided I didn't want to, and then they also decided it was really weird because the sheriff said something, and then somebody from that town said, well, we're not sure if you have enough. Here's my card. If you want to talk some more, you decide to or whatever, just let us know. So it was kind of weird because they both gave me conflicting not, intentionally mean or anything, but I was, I thought, why was it different? But anyway, so it's been a hell of I've been applying shelters, like 30, probably at least 30 shelters for the last 2 weeks. And it's just been escalating where I was, and there was some perping going on at me the whole time, which I learned more of towards the end. Learned a lot there, though, about what they can do. And, I just didn't feel emotionally, physically, or mentally safe there. So, so it's better. I was relieved to get a place in there tomorrow. I've been calling them for 2 weeks, and they felt I qualified. It's a safe house for domestic violence or stalking and, for that kind of stuff. And so they said today while I was at the hospital let me kind of stay in the lobby with some blankets and stuff so I could make my calls and hang out where it's warm. And, so I was lucky enough to get in there tomorrow, and they help you. I have housing set up for an apartment, but they help you do all kinds of different resources and stuff. So it worked out okay. So that's where I'm going tomorrow at noon.
Why don't you come here?
You sound very resourceful.
There are plenty of apartments here.
Yeah,
I don't know if you have an income.
Well, I have disability. I'm on disability, and it is expensive in Colorado, but it's cheaper in Fort Collins in the area that I'm in. But they have senior housing, and they said was a good idea because some people 55 plus, I'm 56, so I could get in there. And then they have subsidized housing also, so like lower income. That's it's Section 8, but it's, I don't know, they automatically do 30%. You only pay 30% of rent from
right. That's nationwide. Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Is that
yeah. So.
Yeah.
So Tracy, what kind of evidence did you show them that they were so much on your side to help you?
Oh, just about the incidents that had gone on while I was staying where I was staying with the gal I was staying with. So
did you document it, or did you record it with video, audio, or?
No. No, and I should have. I didn't realize that the person I should have been recording is in the next room. I was recording it for her for upstairs. She had complained about the noise campaign upstairs, and I don't know if it was a plant to lure me in there. I'm not sure, but I was recording some of the noise for her, and then I realized, wow, I should be recording her too, maybe, but I didn't. I just got out of there, so. But I called the place, and they said, you have a right to drink and eat and go out there and use the bathroom. And she had made a comment, go out there and good luck finding something out in the snow. And got up in my face several times and kind of was 24/7, hitting the walls and cupboards and things like that. And it just escalated really bad. So, I put up my hand and I said, stay back. And she still came towards me. And I stayed back in the room, and then she kept coming in and starting yelling and trying to start fighting. Get out of here now. And it just got really bad. So the sheriff said, well, if you were that worried, you know, to be out in 6-degree weather, 16 degrees, you must have felt unsafe. So they were supportive, so it was good. But so anyway, I'm glad to be here. Glad to be listening to Voice to School, especially because I am getting hammered pretty bad. So they're really trying to do the jail crazy thing. So
what do you hear?
What do I hear? They're trying to make it where I can't distinguish between mine and theirs, and I need to try some more shielding. I got a little discouraged and kind of stopped and had magnets and a grounding strap in my Amazon box to get. But anyway, so I hear just profanity, just, you know, that everybody hears the disgusting stuff.
I don't hear it.
You don't?
No, the only time I got V2K was when I was being interrogated when I was asleep, and every once in a while something would happen and they would want to clarify it, and then the local cops would come up and sit outside the house and ask me what happened.
How did they know to come to your house?
Well,
I had
gone to the police department. This guy across the street installed audio and video commercial setups in houses and businesses. And what he had invented was this acoustic, this cannonball. It was as big as a cannonball pulse that would rip through me every morning. That was my wake-up call. And I finally caught the kid at it, so I know it was them.
Oh.
I know it was him. And so I went down to the police department and wrote up a report on it. And the cops came up and started asking me about it for more detail, and I told them about it. And it wasn't to help me, it was to find out what the device was so they could use it. That's what I found out afterwards.
It's so scary. I mean, I've been
like I thought they were helping me. That's what I thought. That's why I told them about it, but they weren't.
Yeah. It's hard to know who is and who isn't everywhere you go. I'm learning now that it is so widespread. They're just zapping me with adrenaline right now and in my chest and in my gut. But
oh my God.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. I hear they've been throwing voices all over the place, you know, really trying to make me go crazy and say something to somebody so they'll put me away. I go to you know, whatever entities it is, and I hear the gang stalking stuff, and it's just very creepy. You know, it's scary. You know, and then
like what?
Like, just stuff. You know, it's like when Frank one time was talking about, they'll say stuff like, you know, about your coffee and how you stir your coffee or your sugar, how many you put in. They'll do stuff like that to psychologically scare you that, you know, you're controlled and they're watching every second. So they'll say, you know, personal things, or they'll say stuff that leads you to think, oh my gosh, they are watching, you know, and I know they are and listening. You know.
Oh yeah, they're watching me 24/7.
Through your eyes.
And they're doing. Yeah.
Through your eyes.
Exactly.
You see.
Yep.
No more, no less.
Oh no, they get a camera. They're not looking through my eyes. They get a camera.
Okay.
Because I know, yeah, I've seen them blink in and blink out. And you can, if you're looking for it, you can see it. In other words, they'll usually, like if I have my TV on, they'll come out near the TV because the glare from the TV will cover them, they think. But sometimes, you know, like and then you glance across the room and all of a sudden it will blink out. And you know, very rarely have I seen them blink in, because I'm usually occupied with something else when they do that. But then after they start targeting me, because then they know where I am, they'll blink out, and I've caught them too many times during the years that's what they're using with me. They're not looking through my eyes. They're blinking in and blinking out. With the through-wall camera, the millimeter wave.
Mine, they're like taking stuff from a book, from TV, from advertisement signs, whatever I see. I don't know if they have it on like locked brain or high volume, where everything that's any kind of input at all is being put in my head. It seems like it's very strange. But
you mean from a movie or a book?
Yeah, like if I'm reading a book, like I was reading a book about Joseph Mengele,
yeah,
Dr. Death, and I couldn't read it because they were taking scenarios from the book and putting stuff in my head, whether it was they do holograms sometimes, and then sometimes they'll do, because it's such a dark content. It was about two twin girls that he operated on in World War II, and I couldn't read it because it was so dark. But then they do a motion, I don't know if it's interface or what they put through your personalities and emotions to try to match what you see or read. It's very creepy.
Wow.
Crazy,
I heard about this.
Yeah, I've researched a lot of stuff to try to understand it, but it's, and I'll have spouts at them too, when I'm just being tortured. And Kathy Meadows said, if you need to spout about them and say some cuss words, that's okay, because they want you to hold everything in, and not be angry, so they can make you blow up and cause an incident somewhere. So
yeah, that's right.
But anyway, yeah. So I get into those bouts sometimes.
That's why I tell them they're maggots, Oh, they hate that. They don't like that at all. I'll tell them they're mercenary maggots. That's what I was calling them. Mercenary maggots. I thought that was good.
And then I'll try to, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. There's an echo. I was just going to say, sometimes I'll interject stuff like, how you talk, self-affirm, like it's okay, you can make it. I'll put that in my head sometimes when I feel like they're trying to take over my head, just to have my own thought in there, but then they'll latch onto that and try to crop it all up and, make it seem like something else. So it's creepy. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just wondering how, V2K affects you, because, like I said, I don't get it. No, at least I don't get it overtly. I know that everybody, as far as I'm concerned, gets it covertly. This is how they control us. And I get triggers.
Well,
yeah.
We get it in real time, just like someone was up in the corner of the room talking to you from a very tiny speaker, we'll call it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's all I get it. Real time. No.
Yeah.
No, I never got that. I've had conversations with them, but I've always answered verbally, Yeah. So, I've never answered them otherwise.
Oh, I do too.
It's best not to. Sorry, Frank. Go ahead.
I answer them verbally when I've had enough, and they don't like it because it goes on for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk to them just like thinking about them?
No.
Well, oh, fine.
You can, but you don't. I don't, because
mine is...
that helps lock your mind with theirs.
Yes, exactly.
So you try to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm lost then, because I've been talking back to them in any way that I can.
yeah, I'm learning that is not good, not to think like I thought. I heard from a gal in the group, and it does when you speak out loud, like you're thinking out loud. It helps you stay out of your head, because if you're in there too much, like Frank's saying, they can lock you in there. And they're microwaving my head so bad, and in my forehead, like a third eye would be. It's up above my nose, between my eyebrows.
Right.
They zap me super bad right there, and then I'm locked in. And then it's very hard. They're using implanting, plus they're using your thought to make it seem like conversation, and also to, try to set up lies in your head is what's been. And so I've learned the hard way that don't do that too much, and do not have too much conversation. And mine's always pretty much rhetorical. And I thought, well, I'm going to keep my own knowledge, like a spelling bee, like you would remember words. That's how you remember, is repetitive repeating, just to remind myself of like my own knowledge and not theirs. It's been really difficult.
How did
that
you
is definitely not good to do. It's been 8 years, and up until 2 years ago, a little over 2 years this month, I started getting voice to skull. And so I wasn't sure what it was, and I started to research. Up until that time, I've had multiple intestinal problems. I've been almost died 3 times, flight for life, and my insides are pretty much mutilated now. But I've had stents and bypasses and all that, and I didn't know it was this. I heard some stuff in the beginning, but I didn't know it was this. I was just symptomatically handling my medical until 2 years ago. So.
Do you think that
now
the medical problems were natural?
I think some may have started that way, but I think they capitalized on my injury to cover up, underneath an ailment, and just completely max that out. So my insides are, probably like 90-year-olds probably. So, but they've cut back on that to make it seem like I'm faking disability, because I'm on disability because of it. But, so it's been, yeah. I'm sorry, what?
How old are you?
56.
Yeah, that's pretty young.
So I feel like I'm, I've been trying to stay as positive as I can, as strong. They had some stuff going on at the hotel. I took a picture of them. There was 3 guys next door, and they were really going berserko in the hotel. But but you can't, I just feel like they're really, really trying to either suicide or jail or a mental hospital is what they're trying to do. But once I get my apartment and I get, my housing and everything stable again, I can continue going to school and doing makeup and have my own place again and keep going, That's all you can do. So.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So anyway.
Hey, can I give a quick insight on like what Frank referred to as like the real time? Like what they do to me, like if it is V2K, like I never say it is because I don't know. But for the most part, I like ignore the majority of it because I'm so used to it being a part of my life. Like I only pay attention to certain aspects of it. But what they'll do now lately, as of recent, they do like these completely blatant coincidences, like bizarre things that after a while you can't keep checking them off as coincidence. So the other day, like I was in yoga and I had thought I seen this woman that I was friends with from another town. It was like 45 minutes from here, but we had practice in another yoga studio there. So we knew each other, but we just hadn't seen each other in a while. So she comes up to me the other day in a second class, after class, and she finally was like, hey, I wasn't sure if it was you. And I was like, oh, I was thinking the same thing. How are you? And we talked, right? And then when that yoga class ended, after we talked, I wasn't but a mile down the road. And this is a route that I'm on every day almost. Like, I know the subtleties. So I'll stop at the stoplight, and I look over at this building. It's a college campus, like mixed in with the neighborhood. So there's certain kids, these college kids were pouring out of this like library, and her last name was in bold font over the door. And it's such an obscure name, like Castover or something like weird. I know the specific name, I just don't want to say it. And like when these things happen to you, you kind of like laugh a little bit because, like I said, you're so used to it. But I was just like, no way. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Like they do these like bold things to me where like they're like, all right, we can't get your attention, we'll get your attention. And like they somehow find these like little loopholes in my train of thought where they do these bold like synchronicities like that, and it's just like, like I said, you just stop writing them off after a while because it's happening. Like there's a interface. It's something with the phone because I think it existed before these smartphones, but then it just took like this giant leap when I obtained the smartphone. So who knows what it is? Maybe it's harmless, and I don't know. Maybe they're just screwing around. I don't know. But anyway, that happened to me just the other day, and it seems kind of like you only go a couple days before some weird things happen.
Yeah, there's enough stuff that goes on, that's for sure.
They do a lot of brain like skits and like try to do brain setups to like about your life and lie about it to make it seem like it just seemed like that's what it seems to be. They'll repeat, skits or, try to fabricate your life or, make something up or that's very menial into, something that's really bad. It just seems like there's so many skits all the time.
Yeah, it's like a play with different acts, scene 1, act 2, it's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Some of it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
On the ridiculous side.
No wonder you couldn't hear me. I was muted. I muted myself. You know how they start repeating what they do? It's like some of the times I look around and think, are you back to that again? You were doing that 4 years ago. And it's like, it's not because, can't they come up with something better? I mean, I'm just kind of surprised at their inability to be creative. I don't know. Maybe I'm saying maybe they haven't come that far. We keep hearing that they're 100 years ahead of us. Well, maybe not. This is the best they've got. Anyway, I just need to...
They say the same thing to me.
Yeah.
Back to that again. We're doing that again. Or, But,
they're the ones that are doing it again. I mean, they're the ones who won't leave you alone. Yeah.
I found
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say I found a couple of videos. Her name is Elizabeth Parr, and she's got 2 videos. One is on remote neural monitoring and how to screw it up, and it's really good. It explains how you can block it or keep them less able to use it. And then the next one shows a scale of, she calls it an energy war, and she shows the points of positive and negative. Love is like 500 points, and then at the very bottom is 20. It's humiliation, I think. And they'll try to keep you, they explain the point system they use. I mean, I don't know if it's exactly, but I know that it's similar. And they trade energies with these points. And if your energy gets low enough, they can make you very, very sick and, possibly, some death. But I don't know that for sure. But her name's Elizabeth Parr. She's on YouTube, and it's
I'm
RMN.
subscribed to her.
How do you spell her last name?
Oh, did you? Isn't she great? She's UK, but she's really good.
Yeah, they got a lot of knowledge over there. I'm subscribed to her channel. Most of her videos are cool. Like, she's like...
Can you give me her name again? Can I get her name again?
It's Elizabeth. She's UK. It's Elizabeth Parr, Parr.
Very good.
And one's RMN, how to screw it up, I think is what it is, and then the other one is in the name of the guy who has the scale. is in the lower part of the notes, and you can look it up on Google. I found it on Google. So you can
I like her videos on remote neural monitoring. She has a lot of videos on that.
And this is actually the scale. Yeah, it's a scale of the point system of love, fear. Fear and the negative are really high. Fear, anxiety, and then in love, it's 500. And peace is the most sort of, I guess, expensive, and they don't want you to have a lot. They want you below a reasoning and neutrality level. And so it's super interesting, and it's the closest I've come to find out what is, I just learned this last week, what's being done to me and the system they might use. If it's not that, it seems really similar.
Wow.
She's really good.
Does meditating do any good, and does meditating help at all in any way to get some peace, or is that bad?
I don't know what she has said about that. I think she said what did she say? The more you can not have any reaction, no energy exchange is what she called it. The less energy exchange that you have, the better, because they don't get payoffs from it. They don't get any, if you don't exchange anything between them, whether it's positive or negative, they don't get any feedback. They don't get any money. They don't get the energy back. So she said something about creativity and things that keep you at a neutrality state.
Yeah.
And they don't want you there because there you can reason for yourself, you can problem solve, you can do all this stuff. They don't want you. So they keep you just below that. And I think sometimes they'll like divvy out love, which is 400, peace is 500. They'll divvy that out to play with you or to keep you dependent to feel something positive or happy, because they're trying to keep you at such a negative state.
Yes.
And I thought that was really interesting. And I've even heard bargaining stuff, in my head about, do you want some peace, or like bargaining with your.
Is Elizabeth Parr on YouTube?
Wow.
Yeah,
boy, this is
correct.
Good. It's interesting. They feed off of us. They feed off of us like sociopaths do. Yeah. That's how they get their, and I think like a serious, like a malignant narcissist will, it's like feel a total emptiness and like nothing inside unless they're feeding off of someone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is Elizabeth Parr on YouTube?
Wow. Yes, correct. She is.
That is that's exactly right, Linda.
I searched for it. I couldn't find it.
Put remote, and I did that too. And I put in Elizabeth Parr first, and I couldn't find it. But if you put remote neural monitoring and like her last name, it will come up, and it shows the scale in remote neural monitoring of the squigglies that they use. There's actual squiggles on a graph, and what they do is they'll get you. They're always getting you to try to respond somehow with provocation. So she said that when they get a squiggly for happy, or if they get a hit, she says, which is getting us to respond. If they get a hit, they'll keep bouncing feedback and looping it till they get enough to verify a marker. And that's how they're brainwashing you, is to run these programs that they've gotten markers from your responses. And then they'll throw the stuff through your head on a program. To me, they've done it with adrenaline, like on a flood. It feels like your head's just flooded. So it actually shows a squiggle for happy, a squiggle for hate or anger, and Frank had mentioned too, and I was thinking it's like a roulette wheel. They are finding a slot to try to get in, and they're repeating it until they get a feedback. And when they get a feedback, they mark it, and then they're constantly hitting that to try to get a response once they get to verify it. So it's really interesting.
Very, very interesting, very informative, and it gives us a position to come from in sort of a logical manner. It's like, okay, now this is what I need to do, so I can address it logically and reasonably.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's brilliant stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I learned this last week, and when I found it, I was like, oh cow, because this is tangible that can give you some empowerment, to make you think like, I actually can fight this if I know their system. If you really,
yes,
yeah.
If you can
so
see the logic behind it, you can deal with it. You can
and the actual
go where you need to go to protect. Oh wow, this is huge.
And the actual system that they use, you know, possibly they use a point system, I think, and and she calls it an energy, a war energy, an energy war, excuse me. And it kind of, that's what it seems like. You know, I don't know how much money they make, or, you know, I know they get gift cards and things like that, you know, that everybody kind of knows and has learned. But this was something really concrete that maybe to stop it, or at least put a chink in their game to hurt you more, you know. So,
you know what?
Can you repeat that? Because I just got back here.
Let me just ask you what something you think. Do you think this is a group of people that got so depraved and so low and became so narcissistic that they felt totally empty inside, and they are like coming after us to get our energy? Boy, I don't know. I don't know. Is that maybe that would lend credence to the fact that it's a gang? It's a gang of empty people trying to fill up. This is really interesting.
Yeah, she even talked about combining the points for yourself. Like if you get, you know, zapped or whatever, or hit with negative, she explained kind of picking like a positive and a negative to balance you out so you don't get too high or too low. You know, like combining, she says, you know, if you combine love with, you know, something else, and there's the point numbers of,
go ahead. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, this is huge.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
And they actually, the values and points of each one, like love is 400, peace is 500. It goes, humiliation is 20, and that's the lowest one they like to try to keep you at. And any energy underneath that can be really dangerous health-wise or life-wise. She said she actually...
Right in the middle, right below laughing, just smiling, that's in the middle. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah. And you had said before to stay on an even keel.
Yeah.
You know, to not be, and that is exactly right, because that way you can't be, you know, too, and that's where the anxiety comes in. I think if you're too high also, they can really play with your heart. But if you're, you know, monotone and on an even keel, I agree with that. I think that's exactly right.
Yeah,
you know, they can't play you.
Anxiety turns into paranoia.
Yeah.
It sure
and
can.
they'll hit you with adrenaline.
Yeah.
They'll try to hit you, I think, with your adrenaline on your vagus nerve, and then try to make it worse. So yeah,
Can I mention something about your heart?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
You say that they play with your heart.
Mm-hmm.
What do they do?
Yeah. Get your heart rate really high, and then I've been having pains, and then like off beating.
Arrhythmia.
Where it feels like, yeah, exactly. Fibrillation maybe, or whatever. I don't know, but that's what it feels like, and it gets way too high. My heart rate and my blood pressure has gotten really, really high before. So yeah.
Okay.
Boy, is this great information. My God. Thank you.
My blood pressure is usually like 118 or 119 over 77, just for an example.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
They will punch it all the way up to 198.
Wow.
90 something. So
how do you know it's that high?
Because that's what the hospital said.
They'll take your blood pressure, or will you take your blood pressure?
No, they do it.
They do it.
Yep. Hasn't happened for a long time now.
Because what they used to do to me, like when I would lay down and get ready to go to sleep, all of a sudden my heart would start racing. And I was like, what the hell is going on? Why is my heart racing? So I started taking my own blood pressure, just counting on your wrist. And what I found out is that my heart rate was normal, but what I was feeling is what they did was they put me in a beam that would make it appear that my heart was racing, and it wasn't, because the actual count was normal that I was taking. So
they've done that too.
I said, well, screw this, I'm going to sleep.
You know what they told me?
Yeah. What?
If I like climb over a snowbank and then up a flight of stairs, and I was fine, but then I'd sit down, and a minute later they'd say, well, you climbed over a snowbank and that equals this, and you went up a flight of stairs, that equals that, so we're moving your blood pressure up and your heart rate.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
yep, it's threatening. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's very threatening.
Psychologically threatening.
Yep.
They tell me all the time, if you do this, you're dead. That's it. You're dead. And it never happens.
They haven't said, oh, wow, you just reminded me. They haven't said the dead thing now for a few days. They're probably saving it.
Yeah, right.
Dead, Alan.
Oh, geez.
Oh, yeah. It's unbelievable.
Brother.
Then they have the Alan hour. They don't say my first name.
What's
they just
that?
say, Alan doesn't know. Or, it just.
How stupid is that?
Oh,
it's very immature.
Yeah. They I'll be doing something and they'll go, oh, Alan doesn't know how to do that. And it's something stupid, and it doesn't matter what it is. But it's all.
I remember one time I was walking through the woods. Have you ever been absolutely shot through the heart to the point where you stopped everything you were doing and just froze?
Nope. Oh, well, Oh, sorry, Trace. I didn't mean
No, that's okay. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
In the beginning, when they started doing that, I went to the hospital, and it was in the ambulance because I said, holy cow, this did stab me in the chest, But I got to the hospital, that it was all esophageal. And
well, I yelled at them and I said, don't you ever do that again. And I got a V2K. Don't worry, you're okay. It's going to be okay. And I continued my walk.
Well, sounds like you got nice perps, because I've never heard anything like that before.
Yeah.
Well, they've done that to me too, but it's false. They want to lure you. They want to keep you, like, they'll be super mean. Then if you start to not pay attention, then they'll be really nice to lure you back.
Yeah, it's
they'll try to do that. Yeah.
Push.
And then, yeah. And
no,
then,
I was actually yelling, like physically yelling at them. And evidently they were nearby, or because they heard me and responded to it. Because I was like, don't you ever do that again. I mean, I wasn't just talking, I was yelling.
I think they also they'll stop for a while, and I don't know if they change shifts or what it is. They'll stop, they'll give you a false sense of peace, and then attack you right after that, because they want to keep you guinea pigable, is what I think. Yeah.
Like sometimes I forget some of the guests I've heard on like Ella, but I think the guy's name was Dr. John Wood, if that's the correct name. But he basically said, like, they put a bubble around you, like, so you kind of live your life in this bubble, and it's something to do with, I guess, frequency or energy, and it's like an attack, I guess, but they just sort of put you in a certain place in this world. And like you mentioned earlier, they control the narrative of your life, like literally like a Truman Show.
How about an experimental animal?
Yeah.
It can be
that woman from Lorraine, from New Jersey, didn't she say that her targeting is all chemical? I think that's what she said. She's getting everything chemical.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of poisoning too.
Yeah, she's not getting V2K or stalking or, stupid shit. She's
Hi, it's Lorraine.
Really
how are you?
Stuff.
Hi, Lorraine.
Hi, I've been just listening and working on the computer at the same time, and then I heard my name.
Isn't that true that you're just getting chemical?
Well, I'm getting a whole bunch of things. Aside from my house being vandalized from the inside out, the trees being poisoned, they're poisoning the grass. My cats have gotten direct energy to them. They get zapped all the time. They go into my refrigerator and poison my food. They empty my vitamins. I mean, I don't like to talk too much because it seems like when I mention things on the call, they do it more.
Right.
Or that other people, it's happened where I've spoken to a TI on the phone, and we were actually laughing at the things that happened to us in our homes. And then I told her about something that they do to me, and then her perp started doing it to her. She says, "I'm not going to talk to you about your targeting anymore." They get ideas because whatever's happening to you isn't happening to me, and these morons are morons. They can't think for themselves anyway, so they have to listen in on our calls and see what else they can do to us. But they are totally asset stripping me. Harassing. They move people in next door to me across the street. They've co-opted the neighbors. And I'm living here 30 years. So.
Have they gotten quieter in that time? In 30 years, have they got quiet and then started?
Well, I've not been targeted for 30 years.
Oh, okay.
I lived a nice, happy, normal life, most of my life. Except for my ex-husband, of course. But, a lot of us have one of those. But, no, it's been like since 2012.
Straight.
Yes.
The whole time. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's how it starts, where you start to notice weird things and then you discount them. You just go on with your life. And, life is still good. I'm still earning money, still successful. And then, I have a run-in. I have a run-in with some psychopath woman who, who was claiming that the cats that I cared for at a feral cat colony here in New Jersey were hers. She's married to a police officer. She threatens me. She and her gang of friends steal my cats from the veterinarian's office, go into my cat colony, destroy it, slander me, follow me. And they were actually part of the vandalizing of my house.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. All first responders either know about this or partake of it.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
I don't think
really
they all
disgusting.
Participate, but I don't think all of them do it, but there's some mixed in.
I didn't say all of them do, but to me, those that don't partake of it but know about it are complicit.
You're absolutely right. I agree. Yeah. It's sort of like, it kind of reminds me of, in the state of New Jersey, we have an anti-bullying law, but there are anti-bullying laws in most states. But in our state in particular, they have an anti-bullying law, and even our CERT program has this T-shirt, and I ended up buying it, "Be a buddy, not a bully." So, our state is completely hypocritical. But the thing is, like, bullying goes on in schools. And a lot of teachers don't want to get involved. They turn a blind cheek. They allow the bully to bully the kids, the principals also. And then when the bullied the parents of the bullied child speak up, it's the bullied.
Targeted.
Yeah, they get targeted, and they keep the bully there. They don't expel the bully. They don't put the bully in timeout. They don't expel the bully from school. They start harassing the child who's bullied.
Right.
And we've turned into a society where everybody's either afraid of the bullies or are complicit with them. And it's just a horrendous thing. I mean, when I was growing up, like I'm 60, when I was growing up, when there was a bully in school, they would expel the bully.
Right.
Mm-hmm. They'd send the bully to the principal's office. He or she would have to eat lunch there for a week. If it started again, they go to eat lunch there for, 2 weeks. They'd get expelled from school for a month or forever. But not anymore.
When I was a kid, I was bullied in school, and my mother went to the school, and she told the principal and she told the teacher who was going along with it, they better straighten out. And she kept me home for, I think it was for 3 to 5 days. And finally they said, you got to bring her back. And she said, well, it better change. And I was never bullied from the teacher or the student again.
Yeah.
But my mother came down with 2 types of cancer when that was earlier. I was 5. Yeah.
Well, it seems like, you go to, when the kids are bullying, you go to the parents who, I learned when I was in grade school. When I was in grade school, I was taught not to bully. I learned that in grade school. So it seems like when you go to the adults that are supposed to be stopping bullying, they're doing it too, and
yes.
with this stuff. And then suicide among kids is so high now; it's higher than it's ever been. I think they're teaching them to, kill each other with this stuff.
All right, that's Agenda 21. They'll kill us off any way they can, and that's what they're doing.
Well, parents should be concerned if their children are bullies.
You bet.
A child is a bully because they learn that behavior at home. Either they're bullied at home or their parents encourage aggressive behavior. So when a parent gets called to school because they have a bully kid, I've seen and I've heard from teachers where the parents defend that horrific behavior.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And that's what this is. I think this is like bullying. I think there's, a whole group to it.
It is.
And it's encouraging bullying in society everywhere.
Yes. Well, what happens to that child bully that doesn't get expelled from school, who's honored, who is allowed to graduate, continues the behavior? So now they continue the behavior into adulthood, but then that bully, turns into a narcissist because they never had boundaries set for them. They run rampant, and then, of course, they have assets. They have financial assets that they can use to harass people, and that's what's happening to us. And then, of course, a lot of them, will go into professions where they can continue to bully people. And we're not going to go there on Frank's call because I know he knows what I'm thinking right now, given who targets me in my neighborhood. Right down the block, our lovely law enforcement people that are supposed to be protecting people and property instead of targeting them. But, a lot of people go into those fields so that they can continue to bully.
I read something today that everybody should read, and it's "The police are not here to protect us." And they took apart the amendments in the Constitution, and it never says that the police are to protect the public. I can read it to you. Well, right now I'm
there's a law that says they have to. They can't practice misuse of power or bias or discrimination. They have to help you. Even if you're a serial killer, they have legally they have to help you.
Is this national?
I think so. It might be different as in different states as far as statutes and things, but I think that's national, that they have to help you, and they can actually get in trouble for not helping by personally choosing not to help you. I think in some
failure
states.
that's failure to protect.
Right.
But
I was watching a YouTube video somewhat about this, and it was fairly recently, and I think the guy posted it within the last year. And basically, he said that every police officer, when they're hired, they sign an oath.
Mm-hmm.
And that oath, and within that, it is also associated or affiliated with some kind of an insurance policy. I forget what it's called, where it's approximately $25,000 in case they're sued for something.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something written in and of their oath where, for the most part, they don't get sued. I mean, of course, every state is different. Like in the state of New Jersey, I think I think it's within a certain time frame, or 6 months or 3 months or whatever. But within that oath, if they violate it, you can hold them responsible for that.
Right.
And it's the same thing with when you go onto any police department's website. I mean, almost all of them have a mission statement. And the mission statement, I mean, at least for me, I can't speak for everybody else, but, because I think that not everybody is being targeted by police officers, although I think almost all TIs are not being protected by them when they report the crime, which is the same thing to me. But if the mission statement says that they are non-biased and are supposed to protect everyone without discrimination, and they're yet discriminating against you, I mean, that's something that you can use.
Mm-hmm. And just like doctors have a Hippocratic oath, doctors have a Hippocratic oath also.
Did you ever listen to any YouTubes by Romola D?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Okay, she had an interview on there just recently, and I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
How do you spell her name?
Ramola with a D, just D separate. She has a whole bunch of good YouTubes on. What was it? He said something that pertains to this, and I'm sorry, I can't remember it. It just flew out of my head. It was really interesting too, I thought. Oh well.
That happens to me too. They'll just take it. It just goes. Your thought.
It'll come back to me in a few minutes. Maybe I'll mention it then.
Well, there was a few weeks ago, I actually spoke with Romola on her Newsbreak 13. I mean, you can go and check it out at some point. It was Newsbreak 13, Part 1 and 2, and we were talking about the psychiatric reprisal, how they're like hauling people off to the emergency rooms and the psych wards to mislabel them so that they can steal their property in the future, or discredit them, or both. But I offered her a copy of a lawsuit that our local police officer filed against the chief of police, the police department, and my township. And basically what that law officer was asserting, at least, probably 3 or 4 or 5 of the items were very similar to being targeted person. When this police officer spoke out against something that he thought was inappropriate, the chief of police called him treasonous, took away his guns, followed him around, had him have a fitness for duty evaluation, which is like a psychiatric reprisal thing, and then actually ended up terminating him. So he filed a lawsuit, and you can find that lawsuit on Romola's website. Her website is called the Everyday Citizen, Everyday Concerned Citizen.
Right.
Yes, the Everyday Concerned Citizen. And, you can type in the search, Manalapan lawsuit or police officer lawsuit, and you can find it there with my notes. But part of that lawsuit is really important to all TI, so I would highly recommend everybody read it, because it wasn't a lawsuit brought forth pro se. He actually had an attorney write it. So you can see how it was worded. And one of the causes of action was a violation of the Whistleblowers Act, for speaking out. Once he spoke out, he became targeted. He never used the word targeted, though. But if you read the cause of actions and what the events that transpired up to him becoming fired, you can see that, he was very targeted from this police chief. One of the things he also mentioned is that the chief had secret files that he kept on all of his police officers with dirt in case he needed to use it against them in the future.
God. Sounds like Nixon.
Yeah, very
sick.
This is sick stuff. Excuse me?
I'm sorry to interrupt. What is the Whistleblower Act? What is that?
Well, you really need to look it up on the internet,
Okay.
and I would imagine that in every state it's different. But it's very specific. The Whistleblowers Act covers, it's like your insurance policy as a whistleblower, which is why when, we've been reporting things to the FBI and CIA and they're ignoring us and stuff. Well, wait a minute. They're the ones that are saying, oh, well, we don't like whistleblowers. We target whistleblowers. But wait a minute. We have a Whistleblowers Act, at least here in New Jersey. And if you violate it, you violate it. This is a law. We have laws.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we have stalking laws. In fact, our stalking laws are really strict. We have an anti-bullying law, but it doesn't matter because they're being, at least for me, every one of them is being violated.
The Whistleblowers Act says that if you blow the whistle on an organization, they cannot fire you.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
But they do, even with.
Oh, of course they do.
Right. Yeah.
And you know what? And if they don't fire, what they do is they make your life so miserable.
Yeah.
That it forces you to quit.
Yeah.
And like for me, I don't work for the city or state. So I mean, but nevertheless, you can still utilize the terms of the Whistleblowers Act and perhaps carry it over to any way of life, to anything that you do. Why should somebody who's employed only be covered by a Whistleblowers Act? Because people blow the whistle on all kinds of things. Like, for instance, if you write a letter to your senator or governor, and if you get targeted after that, well, that, you're voicing a concern.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that in the interview with Romola D, she said that if you go to, no, he said, the guy she interviewed, if you go to court, ask your judge's name, and then your second question is ask him to recite his oath of office.
That's a very good point.
I think that's a wonderful point, because you can point out to him, it'll be a fresh reminder of what he's there for.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I thought so too. That's why it stuck in my head. And if I ever go to court again, that's the first thing I'm going to do.
Because you know what? You know why also? Because generally when you're in court, it's on record. They usually have a stenographer or a court reporter. They usually have a court reporter there.
You have to request it. And sometimes you have to pay for it. For instance, I didn't know anything about a court reporter. And when I went to court, if I'd have known about it, I'd have had one there. Because the judge was so out of line.
Mm-hmm.
He ignored my evidence. He made fun of me. He kissed the ass of the guy that I was opposing. So.
Can I read Wikipedia, the Whistleblower Act, for you guys?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me see. Is a United States federal law that protects federal whistleblowers who work for the government and report the possible existence of an activity constituting a violation of law, rules, or regulations, or mismanagement, gross waste of funds, abuse of authority, or a substantial and specific danger to public health and safety. A federal agency violates the Whistleblower Protection Act if agency authorities or threaten to take or threaten to take retaliatory personnel action against any employee or applicant because of disclosure of information by that employee or applicant.
That's federal.
Yeah, that's referring to employment.
In the federal government.
Yeah, I mean, and I appreciate that there are protections for employees, but there are a lot of people that are not employed by the government, or, there are a lot of self-employed people out there. A lot that have their own businesses.
I'm wondering about that. So are there whistleblower acts, like you said, that apply to the state, that apply to anybody that works for any organization?
You know what? I haven't looked. I haven't done the research.
Yes. The whistleblower laws apply to anyone and everyone at every organization. But the most of them, I mean, I'm a whistleblower and I've been retaliated against for 11 years. These laws are they're just for show. They're just for show. If you have the audacity, like I did, to think that they actually, to try to exercise them, then I mean, I'm 11 years into this, and I'm just exhausted. My life has been destroyed. Everything's been destroyed, and I'm exhausted, and I'm in awe of these. I don't. You can't. The laws are for show. The laws are not there for you to exercise.
True.
Well, I'm a whistleblower, and I received a right to sue letter after I contact Fair Employment and Housing and the EEOC, which is the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission, and they gave me a right to sue the Sheriff's Department. But, I mean, I was up under such heavy attack. I mean, it was like a whirlwind. I couldn't see straight. I was also dealing with a workers' comp case, and couldn't get an attorney to help me with that. I had to do it myself. It was just a mess. So
a lot of people I know who went on workers' comp have been targeted very heavily. There's quite a few of them.
And disability. They try to.
Emails.
I think they're doing it because of money.
It's all about money. It's all of this is about money. I mean, in many cases for us it's retaliation or revenge. It's a hate crime, but the underlying thing it's also about money.
You know what I just found? It says on March 4th, 2014, in Lawson versus FMR, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that this whistleblower protection applies not only to employees of publicly owned companies, but also to employees of privately owned contractors and subcontractors of public companies. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's in 2014.
There it is, of public companies. Public.
And private, it says privately owned contractors and subcontractors.
But of public companies. There's nothing in there that says anything about self-employed people who own businesses.
Right.
So there's a gap. There's a gap in.
Yeah. We're working on it.
Yeah, so many laws are outdated and only cover certain aspects of a thing. I'm for instance, I'm looking at our local police department mission statement, and it says. Their mission is to work in partnership with the community to provide services, enforce the law. I mean, why would anybody want the community to enforce the law, preserve the peace, reduce the fear of crime, and enhance the quality of life within our community of the Township of Manalapan? And then they've got a value statement. This is where it gets real fun. Honor, courage, and respect. Honor. Adherence to a quote-unquote strict ethical code driven by personal pride, integrity, and privilege that surpass the basic accepted principles that govern the conduct of law enforcement professionals. Courage, a commitment to accept responsibility and accountability for our actions and decisions, as well as possessing a quality of spirit that enables us to confront danger, fear, or difficulty with resolve and bravery. Respect, a willingness to treat everyone with an unbiased decency and fairness, while accepting sworn obligation to never intentionally violate or interfere with the constitutional and civil rights of the public. What a crock of BS that is.
Yeah, it's a big joke.
But the fact that it's written, this is a public statement.
How do we reduce the corruption of the police force, which is coming probably from the federal government? How do you stop that flow of corruption, Because like I've mentioned before, the police force, is responsible for peace in society. It is so very, very important. And the corrupt forces go after the most important aspects of society. And that's why they go after the police force. So how do we stop that flow of corruption?
How do you stop it?
You have to kick CIA out, shut down Homeland Security.
Well, the leaders in D.C. has to...
Yeah, that's what JFK wanted to do. He wanted to get rid of those agencies, and he was murdered.
Well, the Attorney General in D.C. has to make a statement, memorandum of understanding, and he has to issue it to all the police departments that this is the behavior that he wants, and he has to enforce it. The only reason these cops are getting away with what they're getting away with is because their bosses are not enforcing any ethics that they or mission statement or whatever that they're supposed to be having. They're getting away with it because they're being allowed to get away with it.
You're absolutely right. It's just like absolutely.
The department head, which is the chief of police or the sheriff, are the ones responsible for partnering with Homeland Security, aka CIA, and so their program is being implemented by that partner and their other partner.
I believe that too.
And
so the first line deputy was given the authority in the community policing manual to use them without any kind of supervisory advice or acknowledgement. So any frontline deputy can make you a TI, but the chief of police or the sheriff, they're on the hook for the CIA because there's a lot of money since 9/11 that has changed hands, and so I don't see how they can get off of the CIA hook. I mean, the CIA would destroy them if they tried to expose anything.
Well, you know what? That's why we need to expose them.
You know, when Homeland Security was created as a result of 9/11, you know, my sense at that time is Homeland Security is just a terrorist organization. And it was so appalling that after we had 5,000 people murdered right in the heart of New York City, that they had to create more terrorism, you know?
Well, that was the plan all along because there never were any terrorists. There never were any planes. There was bombs. They used the hologram program with the CIA. So it was always planned that way.
I know, I agree with you. And I know there was an enormous report that said so, too, that Joe Biden had his hands on at the time, and that he was confronted with by the press.
War is very profitable. Peace is not something that the powers that be are profitable. It's the mindset. You know, with every war that we've had, there has usually been some kind of a boom and some kind of an economical boom.
Well, you know, I'm gonna say something, and it's probably gonna make everybody feel worse. But I'm gonna say something. My background's I have an environmental background, and I'll tell you guys. First of all, the Fukushima thing continues to spew into the ocean, so we're all gonna get cancer. Everyone, and even the people who are doing this to us. So first of all, they're going down with the rest of us. And second of all, the stuff that they tell you about climate change not happening till 2100 is not true. It's going to happen in our lifetimes. And so that's all. If the Fukushima thing doesn't give everybody cancer, then that will definitely take everybody down at the same time. So I don't know if I'm going to be strong enough to last until as long as this lady who's been dealing with it for 25 years. But I will tell you, you know, everybody's going down. Everybody is going down.
Right.
Yeah.
I keep, you know, Disney's granddaughter was on YouTube not too long ago, and she made a speech, and she said all these tax cuts that Trump gave these rich people, they've been going out and buying these super yachts. And I say that's a good thing, because I say, listen, you take your little yacht and you go sail in the Pacific, and I hope you run into that radiation, and I hope it burns the shit out of your boat, and I hope you all get cancer from it. And that's what I said.
Nobody's going to be able to escape what's coming, and it's coming, and it's very serious. And they don't tell people what's really happening. The people who want to keep their jobs don't tell the truth. The people who are telling the truth, are like me who are, just telling it to the few people that they know. But the stuff that's happening is very serious. It's imminent, and it's something that will affect everyone, including these folks. And everybody is going to have to meet their maker at the same time and speak for, I can't believe the level of evil that this involves. I mean, the level of evil is extraordinary. And I realize part of it is maybe they think it's like a video game, and they don't, they do it to us, and they don't have to be in the room while they're doing these horrific things to us. But it's just so evil. What they do to us is so evil.
What is the name?
They did it in Germany.
What is the name?
They did it in Germany. They did it in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the name of that lawsuit? Malapin?
Oh, MANALAP as in Peter, AN in New Jersey. Yes.
Manapin?
It's Manalapan. It's an Indian
Manalapan.
term. MANALAP, P as in Peter, AN.
I'm gonna look that up. I want to read.
Yeah,
that.
she has the lawsuit in a PDF file on her website, and she included some of my notes. I had like some bullet points, the highlights of it. But it's well worth the read. I think it's like 21 pages long, but you can read it quite quickly because it's like triple spaced. But it's really interesting to see the behavior of what is supposed to be a chief of police. And I'm sure ours is not the only one.
What was that?
That was caller 37 taking a silent relief, I guess. That was for conference call.
But I agree with what the woman who was just speaking about how evil, the level of evil is so profound. It's beyond anything that I would have been able to comprehend would be happening to me directly in my lifetime ever. I mean, I think that the level of evil that's happening, I think even the criminals out there that are in prison don't deserve to be treated the way we innocent people are being treated.
They've taken the other lady was talking about Mengele. They've taken what Mengele did and perfected it with technology, and they've unleashed it on us. This is Mengele territory. This is really unbelievable to me. I can't even believe it's happening.
But they think what they're doing is right. We are labeled as terrorists.
It's absolutely. It's not only absurd, but to label anyone something that they're not is just horrendous beyond belief. I was watching a YouTube video today. I like this couple, Victoris Liberatus, on YouTube. It's a husband and wife, and they were interviewing a gentleman whose ex-wife wanted their son to dress up as a girl and turn him into a girl. And he's been in lawsuit after lawsuit because this ex-wife is suing him so that he cannot, when he meets his son, cannot allow him to cut his hair. He has to wear dresses. They change his name, all because of this transgender agenda of the mother, who happens to be a physician, no less, and her little cohorts, the judge, other lawyers, and the psychiatric profession are all supporting her decision. Oh, and by the way, I need to mention that this is a 3-year-old boy.
Oh, gee whiz.
She wants to give the 3-year-old boy a sex change operation because she says the boy who has a penis is really a girl.
And took away his choice.
Who's
took away his
a 3-year-old?
Yeah.
So I mean, and so this is in Texas. And so I listened to it like horrified that this kind of thing goes on in our society, that anyone would support this.
But don't you think that something that bizarre is something like it has some mind control elements to it?
I mean, it's quite possible because, well, first of all, the age of 3 appears to be a very prominent age in which these Satanists select children to mind control them, to turn them into, to
whatever they want.
This whole pedophilia stuff. The age of 3 seems to be very prominent. So the fact that this physician mother, ex-wife, decided this at the age of 3 is very suspect to me. And I would love to know more about it. Actually, it sounds like a fascinating case. But it could be that this ex-wife, I mean, he was only married to her for 5 years. She may have been involved with someone that he was unaware of before that created a pact or an agreement. And ironically, this little boy is a twin. And anybody knows about these satanic creatures, they love to target twins. And
that sounds so bizarre.
Yes.
I would definitely check that out to see the reality of it.
Exactly. So these are twin boys. And she wants to convert one into a girl. And the fact that that the judges are even allowing her to do this is just insanity. Even the transgender community has come forward to support the father because at 3 years old, this is craziness. How do you make it such a decision for a 3-year-old that will affect the rest of their lives? I mean, we don't even allow the people to vote or drive a car until 16 and 18 years old. There aren't even sex hormones yet. So it's just horrendous. But it sounds like just a very, very curious situation.
Before you go judging this stuff, okay?
Caller 37, you're dancing awfully close to the edge.
I wrote a letter to my local police department, and this was after 9/11, and they were strutting around town, and everybody was calling them heroes, and it was like this public acclaim of how wonderful they were. So I wrote them a letter, and I told them I didn't think they were heroes because they didn't do anything heroic. They were just wearing the uniform, and you can't become a hero just by wearing the uniform of someone who died in a horrific attack, 9/11. And I said to them, if you think your job is that dangerous and that difficult, then quit. Because if you have a wonderful pension, you get a good salary, you work 11 months a year with paid holidays up the ass. And I said, like I said, your bennies are great, a wonderful pension. So if you don't like the job and you think it's very difficult and dangerous, then quit. Well, and I said, I know exactly what your job entails because I was a police officer in San Diego. And I said, so that's basically what the letter consisted of. They sent a specialist out. I'm walking down a dead end street. They waited till I got in front of a nurse's house who was out front talking to the specialist. The specialist, when you talk about a high-speed train, what happens is they have an electromagnetic pulse that goes along the rail, and the train rides on air, and it either pushes the train along or it pulls it along. I'm not sure which. But this force they have developed, and they can reach out and they can do whatever they want with you. And they took this force and they picked me up and threw me through the air and they body slammed me. And then I stood up and the nurse said to me, how are you? And I said, I'm okay. And then they pulsed me to the point where my eyes rolled back in my head and I almost passed out. So the point of the story is that, this is our police department in our local town, one of our local towns.
So wait a minute. So obviously you're a female.
Right.
You're a former police officer.
Right.
And they did this to you.
I had gotten out of the Navy and I joined the San Diego Police Department to try the job to see if I would be adapted to it. I was not, so I quit. I didn't know how the criminal mind acted. I had no clue that people like this existed. So I quit because the job was not compatible with my personality. So I kind of found out, they used to sing to the choir,
Well, I guess the moral of the story is, and I guess for all of us, is never write to the police department. It's just not worth it.
Boy, were they mad. They were really mad. They called out a specialist to use this device on me.
Well, see, this is where a level of maturity comes into play. Now, normally, if you're a mature individual and you want to learn and grow, you have the ability to take a constructive criticism. Right?
Oh,
so
no.
You either
I took the heroic persona right away from them, and they just wasn't going to put up with that. They wanted the glory.
Well, they could have ignored your letter.
True.
I mean, basically, that's what I do. If I hear something that doesn't resonate with me, I'll listen to it and then I ignore it.
Right. But when I came back from San Diego and I came to live in Peabody, one of the things that went through my mind was that I was back in high school. I felt like I had gone back to high school.
Yeah.
In my relationships with people. I thought this was very, very immature.
Yes.
Violent. Boy, were they mad at me.
Well, that's a horrible thing that they did to you.
Well, to me, a hero is someone who I think to be a hero, you have to fulfill a heroic act. And just wearing the uniform didn't cut it for me.
Well, a lot of people can put on a uniform. And from what I understand, the standards aren't all that high.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you use your secret weapon?
What?
The secret weapon.
What secret
What's a secret weapon?
The little black dress.
Little black dress.
No, the little black dress with a nice suit, jacket.
Right.
I got myself in enough trouble.
I don't think that's going to prevent my targeting. I'll tell you right now.
It's good you can laugh.
You kind of have to laugh at this. I mean, some of it is ridiculous. It's so ridiculous you have to laugh.
Lorraine, if I were you, I would have about 50 cameras covering every square foot of your property and have the information sent to a friend's house on their computer so that it would be recorded there. And the first time one of these little jerks gets in there and looks into the camera, you got them.
Well, listen to this. I have a hardwired security system. It was supposed to have audio, and it did have audio, but for some reason the audio is not working. And then I purchased a whole another set of cameras on top of that, and I'm on my fourth set of the same cameras. The first set I sold to an attorney, and they're working fine in her office, but they stopped working here because the batteries were drained, and then the images would disappear for 4 hours every night, or I should say every morning. And right now, I have some new cameras, and none of them are working. I've bought new batteries for them. I've charged the batteries, and they're just not working.
Right.
So they're constantly drained. They're constantly interfered with. The cops drain things. People drive by, and they drain them.
Wow, they don't want any evidence at all.
Well, because this is the thing. When people are on the up and up and are doing the right thing and are not doing something wrong, there's no need to interfere with somebody's cameras.
Well, this is deniability built in.
Well, you know what? But the alternate side of that is I have absolute proof that my cameras are being interfered with.
Right.
So I have absolute proof that my new cameras, even with new batteries, are being drained.
I had a system also, and they don't want audio at all, because you can pick up those pulses hitting your house. You can pick up those pulses hitting you. Yeah, the sound is very important.
Sound is very important, and so important, especially after I caught my neighbor with a key in my front door.
Oh, wow.
And you could hear it on my cameras. You could hear the key going click, 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 click. And the fact that my security system has a bell attached to my front door, and you could hear the door moving and disrupting the connection between the bell. So you could hear it on my cameras. You could hear the bell. somebody trying to get in, but I had my door barricaded and the door, it wouldn't open.
Good for you.
But you can hear it.
Oh, listen to this. I bought a yoga ball and I blew it up. It's a big one. You know what a yoga ball is?
Yes.
Okay. And I have found that my perps will pulse me through a certain section. They'll go through the window and go through my the wall and hit me in my bed. And this guy, whoever he was absolutely frying me. So what I did was I put the yoga ball in place where the pulse was coming from. And you can hear the pulses hit the ball. And it's like you're sitting there and you're flicking the ball with your finger real hard to make that noise.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So as the pulse goes through the yoga ball, it makes a noise. And I can pick it up on my phone.
Yeah, somebody else, I don't know if it was, maybe it might have been Richard Lighthouse. Like if you hold up aluminum foil, you can hear it ping, ping, ping.
Yeah.
I haven't tried that yet.
Okay. I just read a paper, okay? It goes back to right after Alan Frey's work. And it was somebody who was actually putting it together. And they said that when they held aluminum foil between them and the microwave source, they were able to hear clicking noises in their ears. And so for all of you who use aluminum foil, beware, because it amplifies the signal.
Well, look at Horton.
So it amplifies it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you the paper.
That makes sense.
I think it just allows you to hear it. I don't think it really amplifies it, because some people use it as shielding.
Well, these people that they used this on were actually people who did not have V2K or did not hear anything. So they put this piece of aluminum foil in front of them, like at arm's length, and they could now hear it. So it was clearly using the aluminum foil as a speaker head, if you will, the fabric of a speaker. Or today.
What about this point? What about this? So you have aluminum foil and you have infrasound or ultrasound,
right,
which when it hits a flat surface, it's not a lot of energy dissipated, but it's a little bit of energy, and it will actually slap the foil, bang, 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 and not, it's just enough to really make a noise.
It vibrated the aluminum foil to the point where the person could hear it because of the aluminum foil.
I should wrap my yoga ball.
It doesn't make it any louder or less. It makes it loud enough so you can hear it, but it doesn't do anything to energy to increase it or decrease it.
I agree.
Maybe
well,
yeah, I'm gonna wrap my yoga ball in tinfoil.
I'm gonna make aluminum hat, just like in that movie Contact, where they had the green aliens running around in the cornfield.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Me neither.
Yeah, the water killed them.
Oh, was that? Oh, that was with what's his face, the Australian.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I don't like using aluminum. First of all, I use it to line things sometimes, but I stopped using aluminum like years ago. Like a lot of parents would wrap their children's lunch in aluminum, and it just I knew it wasn't good. It just wasn't good for you. So I have a real problem like having it touch my body. I just don't want it to touch my body.
Yeah, aluminum is not really good for you. You don't want it absorbed into your skin.
It's a neurotoxin.
Yeah, it's up there with lead. And we just think of it. We drink Coca-Cola out of it. You know, it's just wonderful stuff.
Oh, don't tell me.
I don't drink Coca-Cola and that anything, but yeah, and Coke is corrosive.
Well, they coat the inside of the cans now, from what I understand.
Oh, don't drink out of cans.
Don't drink that. Yeah, that's really bad stuff. Just don't drink it.
Well, I was reading an article about they leave these cans in the warehouse and the mice all pee all over them and poop all over them.
That's true.
It was like 3 people died from it.
That's true. It's not just those cans. You know, I have cats and I buy a lot of pet food, and I was in PetSmart one day and I grabbed a bunch of cans from the bottom shelf and pulled them out, and something was wet. And then when I smelled it, it smelled like pee or something. And so, you know, I don't know if like a dog was in there and peed on it, or if it was, you know, a rodent or something. But, you know, unless the cans are covered in plastic, you know, it's a good idea to clean all of your cans before you open them.
Yeah, I was surprised when I read that. I mean, who thinks of rodents peeing on you?
Yeah, nobody would think about it, but warehouses are not. I mean, they're filled with dust. I mean, they're bringing those. What are those little carts? Forklifts. You know, they've got the forklifts and workers and work boots and dirt. I guess I would imagine that they're not vacuuming every day. That stuff's got to be all over the cans. And sawdust.
Do you have a plan for what you're going to do?
A plan?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, you're being attacked and you're reacting to it, right? You're reactionary. But are you going to, do you have any plans for like sport or, you know, going further as far as protecting yourself or?
Well, I mean, I've bought a lot of shielding. I use it periodically. I find it like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. They destroy a lot of my things. I've replaced some things 3 times. So I've spent an awful lot of money on shielding, on devices to detect electromagnetic fields. My mother hired a security consultant in 2017. I hired a private detective. I've had 4 camera systems, 2 security systems. I have an alarm system that's interfered with.
Can I ask you how old you are?
I'm 60.
Okay. I would suggest just a couple of things. I would suggest that you take all the funding that you can find and during the day, go out someplace safe that you like a field or woods or something like that, someplace you're real familiar with, and pace off a area and then go back at night and make sure that you carry some sort of a weapon and you let the perps know that you have it, and go bury whatever valuables you have. And because they're going to keep going and they're going to try to deplete your resources, and you have quite a few years ahead of you, and you don't want to be poor and you don't want to be homeless. I was homeless and poor for several years when they imposed it on me, and it's no fun. And so I came into a little bit of money, thank goodness, and I was able to get myself back on my feet. And I suggest that you just think of your individual self, because no one else will.
I agree with you there.
But guard your resources, guard what valuables you have that will support you, because this is not going to go away from what I've seen of it and know about it. And protect yourself in any way you can. Like Linda suggested the other night, there are several things you can do with your house and stuff like that.
Well, I've done a lot of things with my house, but the unfortunate thing is when I go out, they're in. And they have been in when I'm asleep upstairs. And they actually put me to sleep with frequencies. I can sometimes feel it coming on. I feel it in my inner ears and in the middle of my head. And if I'm standing up and walking around, I'm not going to fall asleep. But if I'm sitting down in front of the computer or in a chair, they'll put me to sleep, and they did it last night. I mean, I normally don't sleep for more than 4 or 5 hours, and they put me to sleep for about 9 because they know they don't want me to be productive in filing my lawsuit. So they keep putting me to sleep, putting obstacles in my way, harassing me. They stole my reading glasses after my interview or whatever with Romola. They came in and stole my reading glasses at night while I was asleep in the house. So
you didn't.
I don't know what to do. It's a difficult situation. If there were somebody else here, it would be a lot more helpful. But I haven't been successful in having a roommate come to live here. Everybody that says they're going to bails out, or just fizzles out or whatever. So it's been a real problem. It's I just don't even know what to do. I can't be upstairs and downstairs at the same time, and I'm surrounded. I'm surrounded, and the police department is up the block. So, and as everybody knows, there's a time when you fall asleep when you're at your most deepest sleep. And a lot of times during that time, anything could be happening in your house and you wouldn't know it.
Right.
For maybe those 2 hours.
No, they send the frequencies to my head while I'm driving my RV to put me out. And I have woken up driving this RV. And I quickly call on the name of Jesus because it's just by His grace I didn't ran into something. But when they putting you to sleep, it's because they want to come into your place.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And it frustrates them because there have been times, like I've been on this call a lot of times, like the Friday night call, even after Frank's, gone, it has gone until 4 o'clock in the morning. And I've stayed on the call, even though I'm exhausted. I'll just stay on the call until it gets light outside. Because I know those fucking cockroaches, the cockroaches like it when it's dark.
Yeah.
And it's not that they won't come in when it's light, but they're more likely to come in and creep in when it's dark outside because they've got their contractors that they're hiring, that they've hired, or one of the police officers. For instance, like this week, I finally made a doctor appointment and got a bunch of blood tests performed to find out what's going on with my body. And unfortunately, a lot of them have come back negative, that there's nothing wrong, which rules out a lot of things. And we can go back to the radiation and all that stuff and having to get more specific tests. But while I was out, They were in. As soon as I get like 3 blocks away, there's a police car zooming down the block, and they're going onto my block. You know, they're
so your
turning.
Your neighbors are helping. See, only
Yep.
the police can dispatch community policing, and your neighbors are helping them against you. They also
Yes.
set lookouts as you go. They're following you, and they tell them when you're coming back into your neighborhood.
Yep.
So they can clear out. It's not
That's
just one
exactly
person
right.
or 2 persons in your house. It's a team of people inside your house, each having a specific task to do in your home.
Yes.
So.
Yes, and in fact, I don't know if this was while I was asleep. This is a while ago, and that I had some periphery, some half lucid memory. But I've seen 4 people in my house. 4.
Yeah.
When you said a group,
And
yeah,
so
it's 4.
So they're actually also injecting you with chips while they're in there.
That's right.
So
That's right,
It goes
because
back
there
to
have been
community.
times when I wake up. Now, I'm a vegetarian. I don't smoke, drink, or do drugs. I don't even take an aspirin. There have been times when I have woken up, and usually after a sleep you feel refreshed and everything. I have woken up and I have stumbled out of bed and felt the need to vomit because I know that and I've mentioned it to my family members. I'm being poisoned. I'm being drugged. I'm being poisoned. I even found a needle mark on my arm one morning. I woke up, and a friend witnessed it.
Yeah, and anytime you find anything like that, you have to document it, take a picture of it. And unfortunately, your test results is not conclusive that you don't have whatever it was, because as TIs, we get substandard health care because we're so demonized to these people in the medical profession. They don't give us proper diagnosis or proper treatment because they would need to expose the technology in order to do so.
Yeah.
So they're subsidized to fake our results and everything else, unless you can find a doctor who's not a part of this corruption, like Dr. John Hall and them, but I've been told that the TIs have pretty much burnt out every doctor that was willing to help us.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, and you know what? And I get that, and I hope the person isn't listening on the call right now, but I'll tell you that over the last few days, I received a call from a new TI. Now, this is how resourceful this person was. I live in the United States, in New Jersey. This person lives in the UK. She heard my interview in a podcast. Now, my home phone number is not online, but she found my phone number, home, and my cell phone number, and called me. And she said that she heard my interview, blah, 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 blah. So I talked to her for an hour a couple of days ago, and then I actually mentioned her to Ella because Ella interviewed somebody in the UK who I thought would be more helpful to her than me here in the United States. Well, this woman called me 2 more times that day. Yesterday, she called 4 times and left a message. And the message was that since she contacted me, her target's gotten worse. And then she calls me 4 times today. I finally answer the phone and, trying to be as nice as possible. And I'm thinking, now I understand why people don't want to work with TIs, because I'm telling you, half of them are nuts. I'm sorry. Either they're nuts or they're perps. And for somebody who hasn't met me, who does research, who finds 2 of my phone numbers and calls me from another country,
Lorraine, that's the perp.
She's perping
yeah,
you.
well, exactly. And I told her on the phone, I said, listen, I live in the United States. It's costing you a fortune to call me. If you leave me a message that your targeting's gotten worse, why are you calling me? I can't help you. That's what I said. I said, why are you calling me? I can't help you, and you're wasting your money. So I said, I don't mean to be not nice. I said, but I spent an hour of my time with you the other day. I don't have the time to talk to you. I'm sorry.
Your red flag was when she called you. You didn't give out your number. So that was your red flag then. You shouldn't have never even talked to her for an hour.
Well, you know what? You know what? You never know who, you just don't know. First of all, my home phone number, it's not an unlisted number. It's not unlisted.
It's not private, you mean?
It's not private. It's not a private number. But nevertheless...
Besides that, sites like True People, they give your phone number, your address, and everything else just by entering your name.
Yeah.
Lorraine, you said your cell phone. You said she called your cell phone.
Yes, and then she called my cell. That's what alerted me. When I got her phone call to my cell phone, then I ignored it. I ignored her calls.
Yeah, he was perping you. Somebody called me the other day and left me a message saying, "Oh, hi Paula, I heard you on the prayer call and you gave out your number." I never gave out my number over the phone over no prayer call. So yeah, that lady was perping me too, but I never called her back. She left me a message. I never called her back. No, I don't do them perping.
When my tip off, when somebody calls and I'm confused as to who they are, when they start asking me specific questions about my targeting, is when I stop. You know, they want to know too much. Like one woman said, "Have you ever gotten a picture from your security cameras?" You know, like, do you have pictures?
Oh, she's asking you about evidence.
Yes. When they start asking you too much and they're new, it's like, nah. Especially if they seem to know a lot about targeting when they're brand new. You know.
Yeah,
anyway.
I mean, I didn't know anything. I didn't even know I was targeted. I just knew, I just felt that, the feral cat cartel was just harassing me as they've been doing since 2013. I didn't know that they entered me into this illegal program.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I was reading something.
Yeah, no, so I didn't know. I mean, in fact, last month was a year since my testimony with Ella in the middle of January. And it was only a few weeks before that I even knew what a targeted individual was.
Yeah.
I went online like everybody else and started typing in stalking by a lot of people. And then I came across the YouTube channels, and I came across Michael Barden and started watching his stuff. And then I found Catherine Horton, and I found Ella, and I started watching that stuff. And I saw Catherine with all the aluminum foil behind her, and I'm thinking, what? What's going on here? And so no, I had no idea. I had no idea what all this was, and that's why, like, it's upsetting to me sometimes when long-term TIs who knew that they were TIs get on my case about, well, why are you spending all this money? It's like, well, wait a minute. I only know, like, for the last year about what's really going on with me. I'm doing what any normal person would do if somebody's breaking into their house.
Right.
I had no idea.
Right.
I don't mean to get on your case. I'm just telling you to save your resources.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I'm a frugal person for the most part, and I had a lot, and they've taken a lot from me. I mean,
right.
A lot.
And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to continue. So you have to save what you can while you can. You definitely have to, because they'll go after it.
Yeah, they're destroying my house. And I keep I've borrowed so much money to do the repairs, and it's getting Like I'm not going to do it anymore. I just can't. It's like getting ridiculous. It's getting out of hand.
They're counting on that.
I sold mine.
Go back and listen to Linda's call from the other night and what her suggestions were, because she had some really good ones.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard her call.
Yeah, she spoke to you the
Linda
Costanza.
On
Frank's call.
Oh, Frank's call.
I think it was Wednesday.
Was I on the call Wednesday? You know what happened? I was on the call Wednesday, and then they put me to sleep on the call. And then yes, because then I woke up at like 2:00 in the morning, and I hear Sue Maya talking with Setsa on the call, and it's like, what happened to the last 2 hours? I missed it.
Yeah,
they put me to sleep.
Linda had come out with some wonderful suggestions about your real estate. She said it saved her.
Well, I'm trying to sell my house. I think they're trying to sabotage it. That's what I think.
Yeah. If you sell it, you'll be, pretty well off, and they don't want that. They want to drain everything you have. That's what they did to me. Boy, they wiped me right out.
So how do they go about doing that? Do they approach people who want to buy your house? How does that work? Because I know TIs who have sold their houses, but not through a realtor.
I can tell you what happened to the house that I was selling in Rosemont. My targeting had been going on, and I wasn't aware of it. But anyway, I kind of knew the guy who was selling my home for me, and they were sending the guy who did the inspection showed up when only a teenage girl was there, and he was just like, ruling her and saying all these negative things about my house, and then wrote up a negative report. And when the buyers came to look like in the pool, the light, the way he took the picture, it looked really bad. When they got there, they said, "Oh, that's nothing." When the picture looked really bad, he was going about trying to sabotage the sale of the home.
Okay.
Until I walked in there on him. So they do use those inspectors. You know how when people come, send an inspector, want to inspect the home or whatever. I noticed that with the Rosemont house. I had the best real estate agent ever when I sold my house in Elk Grove. She worked with me like she just absolutely knew everything that about targeting. She allowed me to blare the radio where they couldn't hear anything we were saying, and we wrote down everything that we discussed. She was there for like 2 or 3 hours, and then her and her son kind of like took the whole thing over for me. And I tell you, I wish you were in California. I could tell you that she would get your house sold for you.
Yeah.
But I don't know if she can do that in another state from here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that though, but any advice anybody has about that, for the first time I have a really nice agent. I've had agents that were just not very professional or experienced.
And I catch them at it because they will be caught.
Oh, he was just saying that they would be caught, so. The gentleman that just spoke?
Yeah, what did he say? I just caught the tail end of it.
He said, don't worry, they will be caught.
They will be caught. Okay.
What is she doing?
As far as a real estate agent goes, it's pretty much a toss-up. But whoever I would get, I would set them down and explain to them what's happening to me by an unknown group of people. And so, you know, how they're interfering with this, and they may try to interfere with the sale, and, you know, that kind of stuff. So they can have kind of a heads up on what they're dealing with, and they may, you know, just help run interference with that.
Yeah. Well, I think we're just going to wait a little. You know, you don't want to plant too many negative seeds into any agent because you want them to work for you. You don't want them to think that there's something wrong with your house or there's something wrong with the neighborhood.
No, nothing wrong with your house, but that you have this personal issue of this from this group of individuals that they try to sabotage the sale or interfere with the sale because they've been harassing you and doing all kind of things and illegally entering your home, and you can't seem to get help, so you need to sell it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. I've been trying to talk for a long time, and for some reason, you guys couldn't hear me for a really long time.
No, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, no, I don't. I have a lot of issues with technology. So what I was asking was, in the last 6 weeks, both my hearing aid and also my mouth guard have disappeared from my apartment, and there are some new neighbors who are moving in. And I'm just curious. I mean, would you guys like file a police report, or would you just let it go? What would you do? Because these aren't cheap things.
I know they're not cheap, but you know what? I would wait because I mean, I would wait if it just happens and wait and see if something else happens, because this is what I've learned. I filed a lot of police reports, probably since 2017, probably about 9 or 10. And with each report, their reporting of what I reported, even if I handed them a sheet of paper or emailed it to the sergeant or chief, they have completely distorted and fabricated every incident report. So if you're a targeted person, that's what they're going to do. They don't want anybody to know what's really happening with you because they want to discredit you. They don't want your neighbors to know because they want to co-opt them. If my neighbors really knew what was going on, if they knew the truth, you know, a year and a half ago, they might not have agreed to whatever it is that they agreed to. So if the community knew the truth, at least the intelligent ones, some of them would change their tune. Although on my Facebook page, Community Stalking Vandalism Patterns, I received a private message from, I believe, a man who asked me, is this page all about vandalism? No. And I said, well, it's partly about vandalism. Why do you ask? And he says, because I'm a vandal. So I asked him a few questions. I said, well, do you get paid to do this? He said, oh, no, I just like to do it. And then I asked him, do you know the people that you vandalize? He says, no, and I don't care. I said, well, what if this were happening to you? Would you care? He said, no. He says, because I've been vandalized before, and because I've been vandalized and because I vandalize other people, I just assume I'm going to be vandalized. He said, so I don't care. And he doesn't get paid. And he belongs to a group, and he told me the name of the group called Fandom, Fandom, I think. That's a subset of a larger group of, like an ABC letter group, and that he didn't remember what it meant. But he says, no, that's what we do. He says some of us are better than others, and some people get paid if they're really good. He says, but I'm really fast, but I don't get paid. I just enjoy doing it. So there you go. So some people enjoy doing it and don't care if they get paid. But of course, in my neighborhood, I think these morons, some of them, I think some of them don't get paid. And I think some of them are just the community on patrol people that they think that they're like Tarzan or James Bond or Jane Bond, and that they're doing something wonderful by stalking a single woman. I think it's pathetic. I think it's so pathetic that dozens, perhaps hundreds of people have to target one person. It takes that many people to harass one individual.
Yep, they spend. I tell you, that's why the TIs. I mean, we're highly valued as being a victim of this stuff. They spend a lot of money. They use a lot of resources on that. Yes, they do.
It's just, and it's a horrific waste. Horrific.
You know, they're stealing taxpayers' dollars, all those trillions of dollars out of Washington and all that stuff is what they're using. It's stolen taxpayers' money. But where's the
get this. You want to hear something interesting? It was a news article. I may have sent it to a few people, maybe even on the call. It was the state of New Jersey is suing Trump for wanting to pull money out of this military program. And after I read it, I thought, I know what that is. And it's not just the state of New Jersey, but the state of New Jersey joined with like about 6 or 8 other states to sue Trump because he wants to pull military funds. And I'm thinking, I bet that's the money that funds the targeted individual programs.
It'd be a definite source.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning. He claims it's for the wall, for his famous wall down in the southern end of our country.
But you know what? About the wall, I mean, I don't really care about the wall. I think people are going to dig under the wall, over the wall.
They have been for years.
They'll fly over the wall. It doesn't matter. I mean, you know, prisoners have dug their way out of prison. So, but I think the key here is let him have all that money for the wall, because all that money will be taken away from some of these other horrific government military programs like the one that's funding the targeted individual program. So wouldn't you want the money spent on you going to the wall instead?
Well, if we were guaranteed that's what that's about, yeah.
Well, we don't know for sure, but the money, you know, is going to be coming from somewhere. So let's say it's coming from somewhere. That means from somewhere else, money's going to be coming from there to offset the money that's coming from the other program. So you know how that works. You know, there's going to be this whole rejuggling thing. And then they're going to have to fire people and move people around. And
I read he re-upped this program for 6 more years.
He re-upped
what is that? What program?
I read that Trump re-upped this program for 6 more years. This program has been funded for 6 more years.
Which program?
Where did you hear that?
I read it. I read it somewhere. I can't remember where it was. It was, you know, I mean, it was a few months ago, but I did read that he had re-upped the program for 6 more years.
Well, that would have to be signed somewhere, right? It would have to be signed.
I read it. I read it somewhere online from a reputable source. I can't tell you where it was because it's been a few months, but I did read he re-upped the program for 6 more years.
What program?
This TI program. This TI program. He re-upped it for 6 more years.
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, just think about this. He's got a child. He still has a child. I can't imagine him wanting to extend this program when he's getting rid of people in the FBI and the CIA and every other which way.
No. He doesn't even like the CIA.
No. I don't know. That doesn't. It doesn't sound right. I mean, if you have a reliable source, I mean, we should speak to Karen Stewart and see what she knows.
She thinks Trump wants to fight this. It wants to, take care of it and get the targeting stopped. So
that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what she says. Yeah.
Yeah, because it affects the
Why would you think
sovereignty
he'd
of
want to do
America
that?
also.
What?
Why would you think he'd want to stop it?
I didn't say he did.
Because it affects, because the people behind our targeting are the same ones that want to remove the sovereignty from America and make it worse than a third world country. And Trump loves
It already
America.
Yeah. He's yeah.
Yeah, it's getting there for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, would you mind if I went over my case, because I have to go to trial on Monday?
Not at all.
And I just want to tell people what I have to do.
Okay.
Because I think it's going to be useful when maybe other people will have to do that too. So what I did, I'm charged with 17 counts of, I guess it's kind of like disturbing the peace, only, let's see, disorderly conduct, and it's a misdemeanor. And so my impetus to do that was that I'm in pain. I'm having torture, and I am yelling at the neighbors to tell them to stop. I'm telling them things like, "This is genocide, and this is murder, and you're committing war crimes," and that kind of thing. And so they formed a secret grand jury in secret for months, and I didn't know anything about it. And yet I have. Well, who is this making all this noise on here?
Got him.
What is your problem?
He's muted.
Okay. So anyway, for months I noticed things. People would say things to me, like my pastor and my doctor. And the doctor was the amazing one that surprised me, coming up, changing my medical regimen that I had running for 2.5 years. He'd been giving me medicine for narcolepsy, which is a controlled substance, by the way. And then all of a sudden he abruptly wants to stop it, and has no good reason, and says that I have never been to a neurologist before, which is something that another doctor said. But in the same doctor's notes, you could go on a little further and see that, oh yes, he did go to a neurologist, and so that kind of made that null and void. It wasn't pertinent. And if he'd asked me anything about it, I would have told him. But he goes and mentions in the doctor's notes that this was there, and he mentions all the bad things, but none of the good things that even it out. And I always do what my doctors tell me to do, because of that very thing, because I'm a target, and I know that if I don't, that's the first thing that's going to come out. So I do everything that I'm supposed to do, and then what comes out are lies. So that's what happened. And so what this doctor did was he gaslighted me on that. See, what I believe is that the investigators from this supposed district attorney sent investigators out to investigate me all around town, and so that's fine. I haven't done anything, so I'm innocent. And yet they got my doctor to change my medical regimen, which taking this that's that's the treatment for narcolepsy is this medicine. That's all it is. I mean, that's what you do. And whether you think it's bad, and they always think it's bad. They always think, oh, he's taking amphetamines, and that's terrible. We got to stop him doing that. That's crazy. They're nuts. And so you just kind of show them up every now and then. But even so, every year, probably once or twice a year, they get it to stop for some reason. They can stop it. Oh my gosh. It's very interesting how they use this as a control. I know because it's happened to me many times. What are they trying to control? I don't know. They try to find things that are going to be stressful in your life, like this, possibly going to jail, because they knew about it all the while. I didn't know because it was a secret investigation. They had even had a secret grand jury to which all of the people in my neighborhood who were right around me who know about it and who were involved in it, they were on the grand jury. It's James. The tail wagging the dog.
Are you presenting yourself, James?
What?
Are you presenting yourself? You're sui juris. You haven't contracted to a lawyer, have you?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you're being represented then. Okay, well, the selection process is twofold. You should have a right to interview anybody on a jury.
I didn't. It was a secret grand jury.
That's bullshit.
Well, that's what it was. It says right on there, secret.
That's
yeah,
total
and so they
for a misdemeanor. For a misdemeanor.
Yes, for a misdemeanor.
Well, that goes.
Sounds like your attorney's a perp.
Yeah.
No, and the other thing is they said it was menacing, which the lawyer told me you have to threaten and you have to have the means to carry it out. Either just saying something like, up your butt or something, that's not threatening.
Who's making the claim?
What?
Which man or woman is making the claim upon you?
Well, somebody who heard me supposedly from within the home, and these are all perps. They lie like crazy.
I know, but a man has to make a claim upon you. Who put their wet ink signature on the contract to file this against you? There has to be, the buck stops with one person.
Oh, I've had numerous police out here who, and they call the police usually. And when I call the police, they write mental patients for what
well, that's defamation. They don't have the right to state that. They're not even qualified for that. That's libel. That's character assassination. That's profiling. I mean, these guys are idiots, man. They're setting themselves up to be sued.
I know. Yes, they are.
You should get a copy of the police report and go down to the station and talk to a lieutenant or a captain.
It doesn't do any good. They're all corrupt. The guidance comes from above. It comes from the top down. It's not from the bottom up. They're not just doing whatever they want. I think a lot of them agree with me that they know I'm targeted.
You want that removed. You want that removed, and you tell them if they don't remove it, then that's a lawsuit. So if you don't ever say anything about it, it's going to stay in your file folder, and you will be labeled that with everybody in government. They know at that house is a crazy person, whether it's your utility companies or your whatever. It comes up on that address where you're.
You got to go after it, James. You got to go after it.
So you need to go to the police department with a copy of that report, because I will tell you why. They did the same thing to me, and they know I know the program and everything. And as long as I was still in uniform, the Elk Grove PD didn't do anything to me. But then as soon as I went through the retirement and it was done with, then all of a sudden I got problems with Elk Grove PD too. And I called on the activity of what was going on, and that's when I discovered how they had flipped on me. And a guy came, he wasn't even in complete uniform, which means he was down the street in one of the houses. He didn't have on his nameplate, he wasn't properly dressed to be answering a call. That's because he intercepted the call and came to my house. And then he wrote up this thing, and I got a utility bill, and it said in there that I was 5150. I'm like, oh, no, you didn't. So I took it down to the Elko Police Department, and I told her, I said, they put a 5150 on here, and I want to remove now. She said she would look into what happened, and then she lied, and she says, well, all we show is that you have a gun in the residence. It doesn't show 5150. You are not 5150. So it was removed off of my address, but it had to have been on there for me to have gotten it from the utility company and have that on there.
Yeah, that's right.
You need to go and at least make them remove it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They won't punish anybody for it, but
yeah. Okay, let me finish what I was saying. So I had the 17 counts of this, and my reason for doing that was not to cry, not to yell, because I'm not like that. That's what a sociopath does, or something like that. So what I was doing was, it's very unnerving to have someone yell when they're being tortured, and to have the torture, maybe they're psychopaths, they can listen to that and they wouldn't care. And as long as, but what they do care about is for other people to hear it. And what I didn't realize was there aren't any other people but perps on this street at all. So that's all that heard it, and I thought it would unnerve them. I thought it was upping the ante, and it was really, they were just secretly behind my back. They were going to prosecute me for this when they got enough of them to put me away. And they were trying to get evidence, and I have to go back and reevaluate. But one thing I did, I wrote an article, call it an article, call it a post, and I entitled it, it's on my website, jameslico.com. It's called Curry County District Attorney Brings Organs of State Violence to Bear on Innocent Elderly Activist, Retired Man, on the Terrorist Watch List as Targeted Individual in Port Orford, Oregon, Genocide and Organized Crime. And you'd think, well, nobody's going to read that maybe, but I just want to read the what it says here about the statistics. What happened to it? All right. Well, so from memory, I'm remembering. I don't get a lot of traffic through my website. It's usually like 10, maybe 20 reads of one post, and if they're new, they'll read them, and if they're older, they don't read them at all. So, but I have 735, at least as of yesterday, this month, in 30 days. Within 30 days, it says, and I've only put it out on the 23rd of, let's see. No, I put it out this month. I wrote it this month. So it doesn't even have a full month. So 735 page views in half a month, really. That's the most I've ever had. That's this article or post that I didn't think would have any reads. And I had another one that's something about the Curry County, the sheriff of Curry County, and I said the unconstitutional sheriff is, oh my God, so is working against the citizens, because there seems to be a war on the citizens. And I also wrote something that I want to read, that I think, the way you write things, the way you express yourself, and I never used to I never used to think like this before, but since I started writing as a targeted individual, I've realized all this stuff. And so this is about what it does is it uses repetition to kind of put it in the person's mind, and I think it's important because it's talking about the innocents on the terror watch list. So here it is. It's how come there are mostly innocents on the terror watch list. More specifically, how come actual terror watch lists are literally filled to the brim with innocent single moms, children, retired pensioners, elderly, veterans, and innocents who are the most vulnerable among us, so they can't fight back. Why are innocents targeted by police, targeted by military, targeted by intel agencies, all targeting innocents with military-directed energy weapons? Every single government organization is targeting innocents. So exactly what government organization is responsible for putting innocents on the terrorist watch list? And you know, when somebody's doing that, it really it notes that you don't want that. You don't want that. And I talk louder because I want everyone to know what is going on. There are innocents on the terror watch list because, as far as I can see, these organizations are all a bunch of criminals run by criminals. And I'm talking about the FBI, the CIA, DHS, the fusion centers, especially the fusion centers, because those people are coordinated. They're like orchestrating torture and terror among the people. So can you see, and I addressed this to Everett Dial, who's the district attorney, and I said, can you see that, Mr. Everett Dial? The error rate of innocents on the terror watch list is in the double digits, even before you consider the fact that 80% of people on the watch list are women, adding another layer of statistical impossibility. So I am not saying it's just unlikely. I am saying it's a statistical impossibility to have so many innocents, double digits, on the terror watch list. It is statistically impossible, and yet the UN torture contractors chasing innocents around as if they are terrorists, Mr. Dial. To me, it looks as if the contractors are terrorists. Again, since it is statistically impossible for this to happen by accident, I'm strongly suggesting to you that it was done on purpose. Do you understand, Mr. Dial? Statistical evidence will hold up in court, and I know you understand that what that means. Are you for slavery or against it? Anyone who would knowingly assist contractor traders to subjugate an innocent citizen for the purpose of slavery with human trafficking technology, and in parentheses, radar tracking on their brains, close parentheses, is also a traitor. It is genocide. We are not playing around. There is such a thing as abuse of process, and this is a case of tail wagging the dog, Mr. Dial. This war will be over, and traitors will pay for their crimes. And remember, the fusion centers are organized crime centers, as they are giving UN torture contractors lucrative contractors to perform Dr. Mengele-like experiments on innocents, thereby degrading their health with potentially dangerous and deadly diseases and afflictions, which is genocide and war crimes. We will begin naming the names of the perpetrators and putting them on a watch list to keep track of them. Until the smoke clears, the American people are under attack by the deep state, and they will have to be neutralized first in order to extricate the people from slavery. Just remember, it is order followers who inanely follow illegal, unconstitutional orders who are keeping the system of slavery in place. So choose your side wisely, Mr. Dial. Constitutionalists are watching, and if a civil war does break out, I don't think you want to be the one who starts it. Oh, in addition, my doctor has been illegally compromised and weaponized against me by a contractor investigator, probably in concert with your investigation of me, who apparently lied to him, telling my doctor that I did something wrong because of that lie, my doctor illegally changed my medical program. stopping my necessary medication after giving me prescriptions for a period of 2.5 years for an affliction which I can assure you that I have. This is trauma, elder abuse, medical malpractice, and fraud. I will go to whatever lengths I am able to seek justice as long as I have breath. The day of reckoning is coming much sooner than you think. We are the ones we are the ones we've been waiting for. So that's the letter kind of to him, to Mr. Everett Dial, the district attorney of Curry County.
You sent that to him? You sent that?
No, it's in my website. I don't think he would. I don't think he would read it. But you know what? Like I said, this is the highest traffic post that I've made in probably 2 years. 730 in I don't know, 20 days.
You're not going to say that in court, though, right?
I can't. I won't. I have to sign a plea bargain, which I think is. I mean, I can understand it, but they don't want me. They don't want me taking pictures of these people when they do things that are illegal, basically, and they don't want me posting any signs, which they're the ones that posted all the signs, like "fuck you" signs, middle finger type thing, and which I had to face for probably almost a year, coming out of the door to my house, and my other neighbor put a grave on his property, so that I have to look at that. I say a grave because it's shaped like a grave, and if it was just a pile of dirt, it would look like a pile of dirt. It's sculpted to look like a grave. So these people, this district attorney has to stand behind it. He's protecting these people. They get, if they have a sign when you come into near their area that they're protecting the victims. Anyway, so I think the district attorney, I think all the people who are in doing control of the population, of the general citizenry, I think they're all or know of it, and I don't consider that they don't know it anymore. I just accuse them of it, and they kind of like, some of them will hang their heads, and like I heard somebody else say the same thing. They know it because, I mean, how could you not know it? Your fellow police officers or sheriff's deputies are doing this, and then some people don't know it. No, they know it because, they're the ones the good ones have already quit for the most part, because they don't want to be involved with that kind of thing.
Is this a common law grand jury or just a regular court thing?
Oh, well, it's not. It doesn't have any. The jurors, the people they got were the perps from these who live around me.
Okay, so they selected a jury for this.
Of the people who are my persecutors.
Does anybody have any suggestions on how to get the charges dropped?